Hello, chat. How you doing? How you doing? I need to get myself a quality opening intro animation like this here Sega CD stuff. This is quality. Look at that. A spiral and everything. Beautiful. What was the next game you're sending for the main channel again besides Stellar Blade? It's likely going to be Resident Evil. The original like GameCube Resident Evil. I shouldn't use the word original there because it's a remake. You know what I mean, the remake of Resident Evil 1. It's more than likely going to be the next one. Rilling 3D grand, not even 3D, this is 2D with, you know, LCD applied to it. Yo, it's time for copyright infringements, exactly. That do be what a stream usually is. Yo, it's time to break some laws. Some minor ones that don't, you know, result in fines or law time, or, you know, behind prison. That was a good video, sexily. For those of you who don't know, I released the Stellar Blade video today on Patreon. The response to it has been overwhelmingly positive. I mean, you would think it would be. I mean, it's not really that much of a brag when people who are paying to see it respond positively to it. But, you know, unusually positive, I would say, is the word I would use. Isn't Hellblade 2 coming out relatively soon? Hellblade 2 comes out at the end of the month, I believe, so there's another, like, 2 weeks before that. So, might as well get another one in. I'm on a roll right now, chat. I produced a DLC Soon video this month. I just released the Stellar Blade video. I'm going to be making a Silent Hill 3 video over the Patreon, and then I'm going to get a Resident Evil 1 video out, all in 1 month. That's my new normal, chat. I got produced 4 videos a month. That's what I'm doing to myself. And you can be a part of it too by joining the Patreon. Don't forget to tell your mom Happy Mother's Day. She deserves it for giving you life. She does. She deserves 1 day out of the year for me to love her instead of all 364. Hey Emo, what's up, man? Hello and hello chat. So I've gotten into Fallout 76 like 2 days. Really? That one of all the Fallout games you went with 76, huh? Hey, I'm not here to judge. I don't think I've heard a positive thing about that game though, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But how you doing also, YouTube chat? You guys good over there? Just having a good time? I noticed that Hellblade 2 has gotten so little advertising, so much so I've seen it theorized online that Microsoft is doing that intentionally so they have an excuse to shut down that studio. I can't make any guesses on what Microsoft is doing right now because they're Microsoft. They suck when it comes to like making games. There is zero hype for Hellblade, and if it had any, it's probably dead now after the way Microsoft behaved this month and shut down other studios. I don't blame anyone for not being excited for Hellblade 2. I mean, the first one was alright, but it didn't really like set the world on fire. I don't know why they even like decided to make like a big AAA sequel to what was a AA game. They should have just made another AA Hellblade 2 and kept it like that. Also, Morgana, the year of the 55 months. I stopped playing Stellar Blade because I reached a boss had too much HP. Which one is it? It's really only the final like 4 bosses that are actually kind of tough. Has issues, but you're playing with your best friends, so hey, if you got friends to play with, probably takes the rough edges off. Now that I got that video done, I can finally get some sleep for a few days. What's up, fellow? What's up, everybody? Sorry, I should have had coffee today. I should have. My body is like, can I die now? You're not gonna do this every month, are you? But no, yeah, I'm pretty good. You know, feeling good, feeling strong, brave, moisturized. You're disgusting, and on Mother's Day, no less, I will tell your mother. What did I do? I love my mother. Got her flowers and everything. Had to leave halfway through the stream last time. Which part we in now? Where was I last time I played this game, actually? Been 3 days or so since my last stream. I wanted to get the Stellar Blade video finished. I think I was about to enter the hospital. Like, I'd found the proper, like, hospital, and I stopped right outside it. Yeah, that's where I was at. So, should be a lot of, like, intense drama. Kojima drama. Is once we get started. Hey, No Street Man, what's up? Queen's Hospital? Yes, Queen's Hospital. I'm gonna crack these knuckles. I don't know if that's an ASMR experience for anyone. And now they're not cracking. Shit. I built up hype for nothing. There should be a bunch of new emotes on YouTube, chat, by the way. I think there's like 3 new ones since the last time I streamed, due to a bunch of like gift memberships that got dropped. So feel free to use them if you like, if there's any relevance to them right now. As a friend took an online autism test, now I know it's not reliable. Hideo Kojima made this game? Yeah, this was one of his earlier games, before he became like a big sensation after Metal Gear 1. Or Metal Gear Solid 1, I should say. This is but this is just as like weird as his normal games are, so even if I didn't tell you this was Kojima, I get the feeling a lot of people would be able to guess that it's Kojima. Just because, well, come on. If you played any of his games, he has an identifiable style. There is another game like this, but it's called Police Knots that Kojima made. I'm not sure how Kojima-like that game is. It probably is very Kojima-like, but that one's harder to play since there's no English localization. I guess, Snatcher didn't sell that well in, the US, so Konami didn't bother. Kojima's Snatch, well, you know what you did. What did I do? Like, just because you're reading into that isn't like, judging me. The main character is going to make women uncomfortable again by telling them we like their face and asking them, I mean, that is what this main character does. He is just like, down bad. Officer, this is the one who's in, incredibly thirsty kind of moments. But he's not being fired from his job, so in the 2045 this game takes place in, we have apparently moved past cancel culture and back into toxic workplace environments. What a cool console Sega made. I sure hope they don't completely abandon making consoles after the next one they release. Technically there was 2 more after this. They had this was the Sega CD, so they had the Sega Saturn and the Dreamcast. I don't know if you can consider the Sega CD its own console. You needed a Genesis for it to play anyways. It was like an add-on. It's like a half a console. Sort of like how we have now with like the halfway point for like consoles, where we have like, oh, what if you get like the PlayStation 5 Pro, bro? At least not as a fan translation, so there's that, but there's still no like English voice acting, which is kind of like how I'd want to experience it. Also, Storm Queen Cookie, or Suki, thank you for the tier 1. This one's out of fan translation, and it's actually decent. How Kojima-like is it, though? I feel like Kojima wouldn't feel like Kojima if I'm not hearing his, like, work in English. I don't know, there's something about what he does in English that's just so bizarre and, weird, that I feel if you, like, were to, like, play any of his games in Japanese, it'll, like, miss something. It'll be noticeable, somewhat. And we've got quite a few emotes on the channels now. They're almost at parity, I think. I think there's just a few missing from, like, YouTube. Duolingo Al is threatening you. And what's it saying? What's it threatening you with? Ugh. I don't even know what Police Knots is about. I think it's something about space and, cop killing? I don't know. Maybe one day I'll look into it. Ooh. Sorry, chat. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. I had to get up early this morning to, do some work. Ooh. Now I've got this Patreon stuff down, I gotta start thinking about a podcast. That's right, I gotta add more work onto my head. I gotta start seriously thinking about a podcast. And another channel. Being a content creator, don't let anyone tell you that it's easy. Snatch is literally slang for, you think I don't know that? You think I don't know that? I've made that joke already. Yeah, I just decided to play dumb though, for the sake of a new joke. You look tired, Charles. You should get some rest. Actually, I'm feeling pretty energized. I'm just yawning. Is this game on Steam? Nope. This game is technically abandonware because it's not sold anywhere. I don't think it's ever been sold again since the Sega CD release, if I'm not mistaken. So feel free to type in Snatcher download into your browser and take the risk. I don't think even Konami is gonna mind that much. My mom will be disappointed. I didn't become a doctor. My mom's already disappointed. If you podcast, do it with Moist Critical. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be like, yo, laying down time to like do a podcast with me. Probably have to be a little bit bigger before he would like, yo, spare. No, I actually did talk to him once on one of his. Well, I chatted in one of his streams and he replied to me. Because when he first started streaming on Twitch, it's like, hey, welcome to Twitch, brother. And I think the only reason he like chatted back to me is because I had like the check mark on Twitch for being a partner. I'm not very good at networking, I've noticed. I don't really like have any like YouTuber friends other than like one or two. And like, I've never really like tried to like, you know, get in with like bigger YouTubers around the same size as me. Probably need to work on that. There are a few YouTubers I think that would like be a good match for me to like network with. I just haven't bothered. Maybe one day. So I should send out this Discord announcement. Got a collab. Yep. It's kind of hard to collab with my style though. The only thing you can really do with like a game sin collab is have someone else like read the sins off. So it isn't exactly the most interesting in like collab content. That's why I thought, oh, maybe if I started a podcast, then I can like have people on. We'll be glad if he isn't like some YouTuber in the tech space that won't talk to other creators. They don't pay 1 million. Wait, what? What is this? Is that how it works in the tech YouTuber space? You gotta pay him a ton of money where they'll collab with you. Is this? But that's you know what? Most tech channels I've always found are terrible, anyways. Outside of one or two. Like, how many times can you watch someone review an iPhone, for God's sake? It's like, oh, let me review this year's iPhone, and it's like barely different. They gotta make it seem like an 8. Like, what's that one? Marquise Brownlee guy? Yeah, him. And a few others. You could have a sin-off. A sin-off, huh? Original PC-88 release of this game was painful to play. Well, most PC... Well, I've never seen it played, but I know it's slightly different from the Sega CD version. I think it still like plays mainly the same, only you don't choose from a menu of options, right? You like type in a number. Can the iPhone 23 survive hydraulic press? I'm surprised that channel is still strong and you're going as well as it does. You'd think people would eventually get tired of seeing things crushed. You'd have people react to sins and see if they can make a decent counter-argument. That is not a bad idea. Get a little spicy. Hey, what do you think of my points? Does Will It Blend still exist? I don't think they've done it. They've been around for a while. At least, then again, I never watched them. I only knew about them. Once again, by the way, the Stellar Blade video is up on Patreon. If anyone wants, if you're already a patron or you're considering it, go check it out. And this iPhone X version 2.3 blend. What a cool video. Hey man, you say that now because in hindsight, this looks aged as hell. But this would have wowed you as a kid in 1993. Holy crap, the text, it spins. Look at that, it's got colors. 90s design was terrible, alright? We can all admit that now. Yeah, a lot of visual design in the 90s was god-awful. PC-88 was basically a text adventure, but man was it painfully slow. Nothing could fast forward, at least the shooting sections were a bit... I mean, it's still a text adventure. Well, it's more of a menu adventure now. So advanced. I mean, hey, the Sega CD, man. There's a lot of power in that thing. You add a 32X into it, you basically got a PlayStation 5 in 1993. I don't know anyone who actually owned a Sega CD or a 32X. I think they were pretty rare. But consoles used to be so much more interesting, chat. Used to have all these weird consoles like Atari Jaguars and PC engines and everything else competing with it. It wasn't just like Nintendo and Sony and soon to be maybe just those two without Microsoft. You had Sega Genesis, Nintendo, television, TurboGrafx. It's a big advanced time, full of wonder. And I never saw any of it because I lived in the boonies. Kind of 90s 2000 design was so badly designed and colorful, but it's charming. I mean, God help them, they were just like enjoying themselves. Like, look at all this new stuff we can do. We can make text spin in colors. Hey, Charmsy, what's up? How you doing? Sexily. For anyone wondering about the sexily, sexily joke, that comes from the new video. Ooh, but I take it you liked it. It's impressive at the time. Yeah, well, we were just easily impressed in the 90s, you see. We still had hope and positivity. And when you're not like full of cynicism and like doomerism, it's easy to be amused by spinning flashing lights. Hell, you have a brightly colored key set in someone's face and they'll be entertained for days. I hear a loud, noisy child in the hallway outside my apartment. Thank you. I don't know how much of this game is left. I don't think it's very long, but then again, what do I know about old games? But you need to start thinking about... Chad, I might be playing Grand Theft Auto 3 soon. Just to let you know. Might be playing Grand Theft Auto 3 very soon. That is a distinct possibility. That would be nice. Yeah, I mean, also Grand Theft Auto Vice City, so you'd be getting both of them in a very short order. And I'm going to be playing the PS2 versions of them, not the crappy, like, remake that Rockstar shouted out a few years ago. But the OG PS2 versions of them. That way I can use the cheat codes to get all of the weapons. And don't have to rebuy them out of freaking ammunition whenever you die. Because you do a lot of dying in those games. I got a Sega CD when I was younger. It had some jet fighter game and I barely remember. There weren't that many games on the Sega CD and most of them were pretty bad. There's a reason why it felt like a scam if your parents got it for you for Christmas, probably. I'm gonna cook some noodles sexily. Is this really gonna become the new meme on my channel? Like, hey, do this thing sexily. We're gonna wear this out quick. You're going to say you said my name wrong at the end credits, but that was my fault about it. I mean, I read it out the way it was on the it's like Biohazarda instead of Biohazard. Unless it is Biohazard A. In this, I said that once, but then it's like, wait, it's not capitalized the A, so maybe it's Biohazarda. Hello, coincidence, you started this game on the same emulator yesterday? Maybe, well, I've been playing this like my third time playing it. Maybe you just got inspired by my previous streams of it. Like, oh yeah, me play this. Hey, this has been like a bucket list game for me to play for like since I was a child. And I first saw it in a magazine. And I'm getting to it like many years later. What's up, Cognican? How you doing? Now, that yawn was the symbol we need to get started. I gotta admit that with the amount of like sexuality and violence in this game, if I'd played it as a child, I would have been blown away. It's like because I was not used to a video game doing any of that. Does Lucky do everything sexily anyway? Probably. Strongly a possibility. You decide not to participate in a drinking game tonight and watch me instead? You know, good on you. My streams are far healthier. I think. Alright, remember how to play this. Oh, yeah, this one. Alright, yeah, so we found, the hospital where Snatchers, Snatchers! Apparently used to, like, cure themselves, get rid of their skin cancer when they develop it. Is that okay? The lighting here is weird because the lighting on that car is pink, and the lighting from the sign is blood red, so it doesn't really match up. I thought, is that like slime on their car? Let us begin the investigation. Building dates from the 20th century, there is no sign that they are in business. Except for the sign being on. That's usually a good sign that they're in business. Sign looks like it says Olean, even from quite close. No, it doesn't. Except when it does that, I guess. It's a round, pillar-shaped building of the kind that were popular at the end of the last century. Only entrance appears to be at the front of the building. Metal Gear? Yeah, this is a Kojima game. We have a pet Metal Gear. Do you remember the little robot from Metal Gear Solid 4 that accompanies you? That accompanies Snake, I should say. They use the Metal Gear design from this game for that. Basically the same robot. Not surprisingly, part of the neon sign is in fact burned out. Broken neon tube is flickering occasionally. We are quite a distance from any shopping or residential areas. The universe. This is actually in the same universe as Metal Gear. Or at least it was. I don't know if it still is. Isn't that just the hue? Yeah, but it's hard to do hue correctly with this perspective, I feel. And with the car being that close to it, it should still be kind of like red. Starting game 20 minutes early, I figured I was going to make as much progress as possible. The door is locked, but even I can open a mechanism this simple. Don't set off any burglar alarms or anything. Alright, move. No darty yaps. I yap for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is plenty of yapping. And I just released a video full of yapping today, so pretty good. I'll enter Queen's Hospital security program and disable the lock. Lock disabled. Alright, I'll open the door. We're inside the hospital. What year is this set in? I think this is like 2045. But it's like a 80s retro futurism, so it doesn't really... this game was made in the 80s. So anytime you write science fiction, you're really writing about the year, the time period you're living in. So it's a very 80s, cyberpunk, setting. Snake is long dead, unless, with currently existing technology, they de-aged him. Dart, my guy, it's been a while. Your kid says hi. Tell my kid that I'm still not playing alimony, or this strange child. My kid, by the way. Welcome back, man. Snatcher and Police Knots are movies in Metal Gear Solid universe, though Kojima does reference both games console. I know they reference Police Knots in Metal Gear Solid 1. I believe they show like clips from it when Dartigan is talking about anime. Dart Daddy, there's some people who call me that. We're inside the hospital. Awfully dark. Isn't Zone of the Enders a Kojima game? Yes. There's a reception booth in the center of the lobby, and 3 doors along the wall behind it. There is dust everywhere. There is nobody in the booth. The monitors are switched off. That door is closed. That door is closed. That door is closed. Okay. Didn't see the hello. But yeah. Welcome everybody who's just joining us tonight. Hopefully you're not too weirded out about whatever it is I'm playing. I know it's not super modern, but I always wanted to check it out. Let's see. Investigate. Not picking up any movement. There is nobody else in the area. Well, if they're not in business at the moment, what's the neon sign on for? It appears abandoned, homeless, and other people may move into the building. Would you rather be Dart Daddy or Chat Daddy when it comes to the gift or gab? To the gift of gab? Chat Daddy? I don't know, both of those can be weird. It's all about who's saying it and the context behind it. I guess Dart Daddy then, because, you know, that's at least a decent nickname. What filth. There's no operational hospital in the world with floors as dirty. Solid layer of dust is collected and hasn't been operated for several months. What's this? There are some kind of switches here. Gillian, look at this. It says door control 1, 2, 3. These switches must be for those doors over there. No, they are operated from here. This door. Okay, let's use the switches. I'll push switch number 1. Okay. Metal Gear, yeah, Metal Gear. We have a little Metal Gear friend. Do you think there's a reason that the stream is titled Kojima, you know? We're in room number 1. Hey, Dartigan chat folk, how y'all? Just finished my final. The way you wrote that with the word final twice is, I love it. It's the way I write sometimes. But I'm pretty good. I released the Stellar Blade video on Patreon today, so got that out of the way. Now I gotta work on the next one. And now I'm streaming again. There's an operating table. It would appear that if this room was used for surgery or treatment of some kind. X-ray equipment is installed into the walls. It's a virtual reality monitor to support the surgeon as he conducts the operation. There's a layer of dust on the sheet. Not reading any motion, there's no one in the area besides us. Police Knots looks fun as fuck. It's kind of like Police Knots, from what I've heard of it, is like Kojima's like Lethal Weapon plus Space. Probably more like to say it's like his Lethal Weapon plus Space Odyssey, maybe. The lens is clouded over. Hi guy, dude. What's up, man? Hope you're well. They're covered with dust. There's no sign that it has been used recently. Oh shit, dog, I made a yay. Hello, Beetle. What's up, idiots? How you doing, man? I feel like for some reason though, I was like, wait, didn't I say hello to you already? I'm blanking out. I got blank periods in my mind, chat. The worms, I've heard those are in chat. I've heard brain worms have been confirmed. And one of the presidential candidates had them. How, you know, I don't like it to live in a world where brain worms are more than a meme. It's an adjustable bed, but it's covered with dust. There's no sign it's been used recently. Because what if I have them? I wouldn't even know. Now looking around the room. I don't believe anything is hiding in the room. Alright. Guess we'll go to the next room. Speaking of cyberpunk, did you hear about the Neuralink implant guy? I heard about it a few weeks ago. Is he still alive? I haven't checked up on, you know, anything Neuralink related. I usually don't, but share the news with me. You'll take another hello. What if Dartigan is a snatcher? I mean, how would you know? That's the whole point, right? Maybe I've been programmed to be a comedy machine. Saw a tweet that said there are now 2 Kennedys with holes in their brains. Well, only one of them survived. We're in room number 2. It appears to be some kind of research facility for biological experiments. Genital manipulators? Pardon? that's a lot in that one phrase, by the way. That hyphen's doing work in that word. Chad, if you ever go to a hospital and there's like a big rack of instruments and they call it the genital manipulator, it's either the best room you're ever going to go into or the worst. Various lasers, microsurgery implements. The place seems well equipped. There are jars for preserving items and formaldehyde, and a number of other containers and chemicals. There are various types of biotech equipment. They were apparently carrying out some rather involved projects. Elon Musk is trying to become history's first cyberpunk villain, isn't it? I think the future Elon Musk desires is kind of like the one you actually find in Stellar Blade. If you notice, they use a lot of the same, like, stupid sci-fi terminology that he does. Please, Eve, go find the hypercell. He will call something a hypercell one day. All of these are, well, used to be extremely high-quality monitors. There is nothing pleasant in any of the containers. Equipment and supplies for experiments have been left right where they were when they were being used. I would suspect that it would be difficult to artificially create the rundown condition of this equipment. Name your kids after equations, Big Brain. I honestly don't believe that's his kid's name. I believe he is such, like, you know, a meme lord that he, like, made that up just so he could get attention. I don't know. I don't know if it's confirmed or not. I'm just saying I highly doubt that that's what they actually refer to him when they're talking to him, or talking about him and their family. He probably just has a perfectly normal name, and he literally, like, will use his kid to, like, get attention online. There is no sign that any of the containers of chemicals have been touched. They are covered with an even layer of dust. There are a number of pieces of equipment, but none of them are set up for operation. This equipment would need extensive maintenance before it could be used. Some of the containers are broken. Alright, let's go to the third room. It's totally dark in here, can't see a thing. I have a light installed just for situations like this. Please use it if necessary. Use Metal Gear. Yes, sir, coming on. Light is now on. I turned control of it over to you, Gillian. Can you, like, open the aperture and, like, have it flickering? I thought you were a state-of-the-art robot. You operate the light with the direction key. Press the B button together with the direction key to move the light. Otherwise, the direction key navigates through commands as usual. I press the B button together with the direction key to move the light. Make sure the objectives you wish to examine are centered in the light's beam. How do I do this now? How do I move this? And they just made this, okay, wait. Didn't you go to a wedding full of Tesla bros? Yes. Not hating on the people, just remember you talk. Yeah, I did make a couple jokes about that. Happy yes, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, by the way. I don't know how to move the light. The explanation didn't really make a lot of sense. They said the D-pad, but then you had to, like, press it with another button. But nothing seems to work. Is this where our playthrough ends because I can't make this mechanic work? Maybe if I go in, it'll... Now, tell me how to use your flashlight again. Can I just pick up the robot and move it around? Use Metal Gear? That's what I'm trying to do. It's like, all I can do is, like, turn on the light, which is already on. Been on for some time. Do you have night vision trouble, Gillian? Can you tell me how to use the light again, game? Celebrate midday next week because my mom's spending this year with her mom. Bonus, she got confirmation on a new job. Hey, congrats. It's been 14 years since I got to spend Mother's Day with my mom, so today is extra. Hey, look at that. It's happiness in chat. Press the B button and use the D-pad. Okay, keep in mind I'm using a PlayStation controller. So this is I've been trying. Okay, okay, I see. Now it's working. Thank you for that. There's something on the desk. There's a box of matches on the desk. Oh my, these matches are from Outer Heaven. Outer Heaven seems to be quite a popular spot with our Snatcher friends. I would suspect they go there to select their victims. I will store these matches as evidence. A monitor. It looks like one for personal computer. Monitor designed for use with a computer. Fully ordinary base. It's a whiteboard with a copy prevention device installed. A copy prevention device on a whiteboard? It's a very old photograph. Judging from the condition of the ink and paper, I would suspect that it is at least 50 years old. What a picture, what's a picture like this doing on the wall here? Metal? What is that a photo of? It's Moscow, you idiot. One moment please, I'll scan my data files. I have positive ID. It's the Cathedral of St. Basil. It's a famous cathedral that was a Moscow landmark before the catastrophe. St. Basil's Cathedral. Have I heard of that? I can't seem to remember. Come to think of it, there was a map of Moscow on the wall in Freddie Nelson's apartments, wasn't there? Moscow, what connection do the Snatchers have with Moscow? This is the future after all, so we have even worse flashlights. I think I've seen this thing somewhere before. Damn it, I just can't remember. Stored this photo in my memory. It's a drawer. Let's investigate this drawer.
There seems to be a scrap of paper caught between these two drawers. The others are empty. It appears that someone tried to straighten up in a hurry.
Did Moscow get nuked? I don't know, they call it the catastrophe, but Russia's like gone.
Here it is.
What? What is this? It looks like Chinese or something. Metal translated.
Okay, let's see. Patient record, first examination. I'm not familiar with the next 5 characters. It's the first time I've ever seen any of them.
I thought you were supposed to be really good at Chinese.
My strongest areas are in chop suey, egg foo young, and wontons.
Still don't know how this robot eats.
Or maybe some kind of code? At any rate, this is definitely
That's the same Metal Gear from 4? Yep.
If we can figure out
Only
these
with a bigger
characters,
monitor.
we may be able to uncover another Snatcher.
What do you suppose happened to the other records?
Looks like someone cleaned them out of here. Maybe they knew we were coming.
Isn't that Japanese?
Somehow I
I
get
would
the
like to
feeling
think
the
that it
Snatchers
is,
know what
but
we're
it
up to.
might be Chinese, I don't know.
I'll store the fragment of the file.
What did you all do today? I had grilled cheese and chocolate-filled croissants. I released a video on Patreon to, rave reviews sexily. And, now I'm streaming. So that was my day. They ran under the desk. Perhaps this desk is designed to slide. Pushing it doesn't do any good. It won't budge. There are rails on the floor. Nothing. Okay, we gotta find a way to, open this. There are no flowers in it. A sad vase it is then. Mm-hmm. Take a look out in the hallway. Shutting the light off, Gillian. We're in the hospital's hallway, but... now what? We'll say it real quick. Sexily. Sexily one. That's apparently a new meme I've spawned after my video today on Patreon. I use it a couple times throughout the video for, reasons. So everyone in chat has been doing the whole sexily tonight. You like to continue play? Yes. Right. Now here's the problem. Where do I go next? Can I leave? Going outside? We're now at Queen's Hospital. Okay, maybe I got everything I need. I don't know. I don't think I got everything I need there. Unless I need to get the rest of the Chinese translated. You're sad that you missed the first live stream of Stellar Blade. I wish I could have seen. I mean, it's still visible. You have to like look through the live stream playlist on the channel. You can find it on the front page of the channel, or you can view it on Twitch. So it's still viewable. We've arrived at the headquarters. What would you like to do? Glad to see that you're safe and sound. No, I don't need to ask about your feelings. I wonder if that's the hospital G. Let me just go to the computer. Computer room. At use Jordan. I think it's possessions. Wonder what the writing means. Wait, maybe we gotta take this scrap of this Chinese to like our friend Napoleon to translate it. Didn't think of that. Not the live chat though. What about the live chat? By the way, have you encountered a Snatcher in this at all? Yes, we killed one that was like a lady earlier in the game. I am Jordan. Load back. Nope, this is not right. Okay, maybe I take, maybe I gotta call Napoleon. What happened so far? Can someone give me a quick summary of this game? Do you know the plot of Bladerunner? It's basically what if Kojima made Bladerunner, where there's like these robots who can look exactly like humans, but they're dangerous. And we're in the cyberpunk future, but it's all Kojima's idea of Bladerunner. And we're a guy who's like, his job is to hunt down these like fake humans and take them out. I killed a lady snatcher sexily. I mean, technically. $39, $56, $44. Live chat from the first SB stream isn't visible unless I miss. Yeah, I think I forgot to hit the like keep the live stream up for that one for some reason. I mean, it's visible on Twitch though.
Please check the number and dial again. This is a recording. JT&T Neo Kobe.
I can't call Napoleon right now. That's funny. I'm sure I got the phone number right. Napoleon's a little busy. Perhaps the Snatchers have killed Napoleon too. Huh? What's that? What's this symbol? Looks vaguely familiar. That is the club. That's the werewolf outside the club. Where in the world has Napoleon gone? Where in the world has Napoleon gone? I mean, it doesn't really rhyme as much, does it? Also, Dark Drake, thank you for the 3 months, man. What snatch? We cannot make that a term, by the way. We cannot. Okay, I guess I gotta go back to the club. A wolfman, now I understand. Gillian, I know where Napoleon is. Have you figured it out? Let's hurry up and head there. Also, are you aware that on YouTube, one of the Stellar Blade VODs is in the Game Sins playlist? I think it's in the final VOD. Well, you know, I have to, like, change that then. I was not aware of that. You have to dust off your Twitch login? I remember nothing. You don't really need to log into Twitch to watch a VOD. You can go there without a, you know, an account and all and watch VODs. But hey, if you want to watch me on Twitch, that's perfectly fine too. Alright, we're going back to the club, chat. You've seen Bladerunner and 2049, really fucking good movies. This is, yeah, but this is like Kojima version of it, so it's like super weird. But we all like Kojima weird, right? Alright, Outer Heaven. Into club. Now there's gotta be an easier way to get some Chinese translated than going to this weird, like, creepy guy. This is Outer Heaven. You really remind me of somebody I know. I bet that's you, right, Napoleon? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nothing about Napoleon. I know it's you, Napoleon. Now cut this stupid act. I'm afraid you got the wrong man, sir. Come on, Napoleon. What's the problem? Stop this nonsense. Hey, I'm just the doorman. Napoleon, that's you, right? What a bother. Do you have any proof that this Napoleon and I are the same person? Everything will be fine. I guarantee your safety. Don't worry. Now take the mask off. You're gonna have to show me some proof, sir. Proof? You want proof? Give proof. Body type, vocal pattern, accent, personality, smell. That said, you and he are the same height. That's no proof. Yeah, you have the same voice, that's it. That's no proof. That said, Metal, analyze his voice print against that of Napoleon. Sorry, Gillian, I haven't stored any of Napoleon's voice data. I won't let it happen again. That's really too bad. Accent. I know, the two of you talk the same way. So what? What's that supposed to mean? Personality. Yeah, that wormy, untrustworthy attitude of yours is just like him. If that's proof, then I'm a policeman. Alright, you smell the same. Yeah, I've got it. You smell just like him. Gillian, what did Napoleon smell like? You shut up. So what? What's that supposed to mean? Achoo! Excuse me. Big bad wolf. He sneezes just like Napoleon. I never forget a sneeze, chat. They're like fingerprints. Now I've got it. It's the sneeze. I remember. You sneeze just like him. Apparently Gillian does too. He has hay fever. Achoo! Alright, you win. I've had enough fun for now. I just wanted to play with you for a bit. Nice work, Gillian. You're a first-rate junker. Go on in. Dart got it.
Gillian. We're safer in a crowded place like this.
Jeez, you really had me fooled. 2 rolls in 1.
Gesundheit.
Well, you know, you gotta understand. Being an informer isn't exactly the safest job on the planet, you know. That's why it's important to be a master of disguise.
You sneeze like an anime girl, so you're like,
Yeah, but I
achoo.
feel pretty stupid. I mean, all that time I was asking you about where Jean went, I didn't realize I was asking someone who actually worked there.
Hey, I was just as surprised as you were. But I didn't know that Gibson had been here. You see, I wasn't working that day.
Anyhow,
Also,
it's
this means
not
Napoleon is a
masquerade night
furry.
today. Why don't you take that mask off, Napoleon? It's a little unnerving sitting here talking to a wolf.
Alright. I suppose there's no harm there. Boy, you really work up a sweat in these full-face masks.
Whoever you may be, have a good day for now. Hey, you too.
Maybe you should have left that on.
What?
Cover your
Still,
mouth.
you did a nice job of figuring out who I was.
come on, Napoleon. That stupid phone recording with the Wolfman? JT&T would never do anything that tasteless. Besides, what really tipped me off was that constant sneezing of yours.
Sneezes, eh? Well, listen, you want me to tell you why I'm called Napoleon?
Because winter gets the best of you. Napoleon Bonaparte sent his enormous army into Russia in 1812, but suffered a major defeat because of the snow.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, the sneezing isn't a cold. It's my allergy to snow 9 pollen. So, anyhow, what did you want to know?
I've got a couple of questions to ask you.
Fire away.
Oh, okay. That doorman looks suit you better than Napoleon. Suit you, Napoleon. A heck of a lot better than the Santa getup anyway. Mind your own business. It's not masquerade time at the moment, but don't be staring at the customers, okay? Makes them nervous, you know. Don't worry, we'll be safe at this table. It's the most isolated in the place. We're surrounded by people. Hey, are you ever going to trust me? I'm the real thing, alright? With this many people here, we won't stand out. You can talk safely about anything you like. I've scanned for listening devices and there are none. Feel free to discuss anything you like. Come on, you gotta learn to trust people. You're Chinese, right? That's right, purebred. I might add, I'm a purebred. He's a purebred, chat. Came to Neo Kobe just after I turned 20. My only memories of the place are from after they lost the war. It wasn't a pretty picture. I'll tell you, the catastrophe really changed my life. Everything about it, that was a crazy time. Tell you the catastrophe? Okay. Possessions. Here. Matches? Yeah, these are our matches. How's that for the nostalgia approach, right? We only give them out to our regulars. That means that somebody from Queen's Hospital comes here. Could you take a good look at this for me? What's it mean? You're Chinese, right? Wouldn't it be like how racist to assume the guy can speak Chinese, though? Well, I'm not surprised that you had trouble with this. What's that mean? These are Chinese characters for chemical elements, hardly in standard use. If I wasn't a science major, I probably wouldn't know them myself. Simple code using the characters. 4 inches of PP thunder. I'm sorry, what? What's this about Chinese chemical element characters? What do you mean? The character on the far left is beryllium. The next one and the very last one are nitrogen. The third one stands for sulfur, and the fourth one is oxygen. Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen. I've got it. Gillian, let's go over the names of these elements, shall we? Okay. Infer. Whose name is on this file? Please input your guess. What? Best guess I got. No? What is that supposed to mean? It's not based on anything. Think about it very carefully. Tell you again, these are Chinese characters for elements. The characters on the left are beryllium. Next one and the last one are nitrogen. So BNN. Great thing about Chinese characters are if you haven't seen a character before, and this is a true for native speakers, you won't know how to pronounce it. One of my Chinese classmates told me I'm going to a new town and it's unfamiliar area, it gets really confusing. Yeah, I've heard about that before actually. Right, let me try to figure out this puzzle. So, characters on the left is beryllium. Next one, last one are nitrogen. I hate that the game pretends like I know the answer and then asks me to input it. It's like, wait, what? The fourth one is so... So we have an S-O-N. Benson? Benson? Beryllium, nitrogen, sulfur, oxygen, nitrogen. Alright. BNSON. Benson? Do we know a Benson? Wait, do I know a Benson?
So that's it. Benson. Beryllium is Be, nitrogen is N,
Oh.
sulfur is S, and oxygen is O. And another N makes Benson. The name Benson was encoded on this file.
Benson. I sure hope it is not referring to the chief, Benson Cunningham.
Or to our friendly engineer, Mr. Harry Benson.
There's a Snatcher at, like, Junker HQ.
That couldn't be. No way.
But the possibility, though remote, does exist.
Metal, I want you to cut off all your data transmissions to headquarters now.
Understood. Now disabling automatic transmission routines. Done.
Who is
No
that?
further data
The
transmissions
dark-haired
to
guy is the
headquarters will
chief
be
of Junker
executed.
HQ, and the redhead guy is the chief of
God,
engineering there.
A Snatcher in Junker headquarters? We've got to get there quick.
This
Let's go,
one
Metal.
of these guys is gonna be the
See you
Otacon
later,
of
Junker.
your game.
Today's little information tidbit is on me. Now take care, Gillian. Don't get yourself taken out by some snatcher.
You solved the puzzle. Why do you feel the need to explain the solution? Good question.
You know, after all, you are my main source of income.
You be careful too, Napoleon.
I pay you better
get
than this
killed
job?
and you won't be able to sneeze anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
See you, Napoleon. Metal, let's go.
Distinctly remember someone in the previous stream saying Benson Cunningham was a Snatcher. Just a lucky guess, alright? Lucky guess. Napoleon cares now. We're becoming friends. Feds do pay well, not to that much to their informants, I don't believe. Welcome back, Gillian. How's the investigation going? Mika, the Chief and Harry there. Chief and Harry are out right now, I think. Oh, really? Oh. We should probably go check their offices and stuff. Oh, crap. But Harry. What's up with Harry? Chief, what did you make some dreadful mistake again? I've broken the code that was on the patient record. It was the patient's name. In other words, I've uncovered a possible Snatcher. I mean, we are kind of jumping to, like... We've only got the name Benson. There has to be other Bensons in the city, other than the two that work here. Sexily. Sexily. Am I gonna have to, like, make sexily a running joke now in Sin videos because everyone liked the new joke? I'll run it into the ground, chat. I will run it into the ground. It really only made sense to use it in Stellar Blade. What? Who? Oh my god, it's not someone I know, is it? I don't know their full name, but the name Benson was written on the file. In other words, Benson Cunningham, the chief, or our friendly engineer Harry Benson. It's gonna need an emote. I kind of got the this one. It's not really sexily though. This is engineering. Harry is not. I think. Oh no, Harry had that picture. He always had to remind himself of what he looked like as a kid, which made me suspicious of him. So either Chief or Harry is a Snatcher. Let's look for evidence. We have to proceed with the investigation with the utmost care at this point. Put the search with this room here. Poster. Poster of a famous pop star from the previous century. Picture from Harry's childhood. There's something on the desk. There's a box of matches and a memo. Outer Heaven's logo appears on the box. What Outer Heaven matches? Harry had Outer Heaven matches? It says face to face. Face to face? Why not both? You know, that would be the real twist. They're both Snatchers. Let's see. Box of matches? Okay. It's very odd. It's in very bad shape, but the corners have been reinforced. Harry was really taking good care of it. We could see the entire photo. We could determine who Harry's parents are. Definitely a box of the matches that Outer Heaven gives away to its regular customers. Harry's the only one at headquarters who smokes. Can't believe that Harry might be a Snatcher. But he had matches from Outer Heaven. No, I can't believe that Harry would be a Snatcher. Let's hang on to these matches. That will not be necessary. They are identical to the ones we already have. I'm constantly recording everything that happens. It will be a burden on the investigation. Let's put them here. It's in Harry's handwriting. I wonder if it's some kind of message. This face-to-face thing has got to be the key. We have to search in areas that this brings to mind. Possibly means either search for face-to-face or watch out for face-to-face or something like that. Hang on to this memo for me, Metal. Alright, I'll store this memo. Okay. Guess we go to the chief's office. Harry's mother has blonde hair and her figure looks similar to Jamie's. This is the chief's office. He's not in at the moment. So both of them are out. Alright, let's try this last room. The chief's chair. The chief's not in it. Maybe the chaos couch. We can finally find out what the chaos couch does. The monitor is switched off. That's unusual. It's the first time I've ever seen it shut off. Did I miss Dart in Outer Heaven already? That happened last time I played this game, actually. Wait a minute. Do you notice anything odd about this picture? Look, doesn't it look like a face to you? A face? I don't get it. Oh, he's talking about the, that picture over there. You look at the sides of it. Look, it looks like a face. Face to face, remember? Chief's surface temperature is quite low. Oh, the chair's surface temperature. Looks like the chair's been out for a while. The chief... I can't say chief and chair. That would seem to be the case. Most of the monitors are quite cold. Look at this. I thought it was just a picture of a vase. If you reverse the background in the drawing, it's two faces face to face. This must be the face-to-face that Harry was referring to in his memo. The picture was cleverly designed to take advantage of the human sense of sight. Now, what's that supposed to mean? That you can see it easily if you're not human? Let's search more carefully. Wait, is that not what I'm looking at? What is it? I mean, that seems like a pretty obvious face-to-face over there, Gabe. I guess that wasn't it. There's a switch between the two faces. I'll push it again, alright. The picture flipped over to reveal a photograph. Hey, Jim, welcome back, man. I've seen this somewhere before, but I just can't recall. Wait a minute. Is that... He's got an eye patch. Can't really tell though. He looks bald. Based on the condition of the inks, I would judge this photograph to be at least 50 years old. Metal, where was this picture taken? Alright, I will now search for data on this photo's location in the Aleph 1 network. I found it. This is a photograph of Red Square in Moscow. I don't think Red Square is actually that red though, is it? I mean, there's definitely red there, but it ain't like that. Taken somewhere before the catastrophe. Red Square? What's a picture like this doing in the chief's office? Store that in your video memory for me, will you? I've now stored the photo's image in my inventory in my memory. Chief had this picture, or someone planted it there to set up the chief. And there were those matches that Harry had too. Which one is the Snatcher? Will depend on what evidence we can turn up. Both of them seem suspicious. Maybe it's somebody else entirely. That's true. That patient chart with a Benson on it is quite suspect as well. Maybe someone wanted us to find it. It seems pretty odd that the Snatchers would have left part of a patient's record behind in the first place. Maybe it's a trap. That can't be ruled out based on the evidence we've seen so far. What's that? If I were a Snatcher, I don't think I'd hide a picture in places out in the open as this. Well, that's true. So there must be some reason why the picture was here, even if it meant some risk. I don't even know what this picture houses evidence. It's a picture. All right. And it's the other guy, not the chief. Why would he have a note about the chief's picture? I don't know. Good question. For that, let me put this photo of Red Square back where we found it. Yeah, we can't let anyone know that we've learned the secret of this picture. Detective room? It's linen? Yeah, but that doesn't really matter to a Snatcher as far as I can know. I think there's any, maybe the shooting range. I don't think there's anything here to look at now. Computer room, maybe? Maybe we can look up Benson. Sorry for the caps. No. Caps are perfectly fine here. We're not playing Silent Hill 3. Yeah, I finished Silent Hill 3, but I am going to be making a Patreon Sin video on Silent Hill 3 in like a week from now. That's the next on the schedule. Get that out of the way. Now that I've finished Stellar Blade, so maybe sign up for the Patreon if you haven't. I even just released the Stellar Blade video on it today. Used to call it. Alright, load ID file. Stellar Blade, good or nah? You didn't seem to have fun with it. Wait, I didn't? I said multiple times I liked the gameplay of it. Combat was good, but it's not like some world-defining game. Nier Automata is better, if that's what you're wondering. When Snatcher Sim video though? That will be a classic Sim video, but I don't know when. I am recording it to make something on it in the future. Benson Cunningham. Chief Junker Agency, age 46, height 100, blood type B, lead special anti-snatcher force, Foxhound. Wait, that was the name of it before Anti-Snatcher Force? This guy took control of Foxhound, did he? Before being named a Junker Chief, also served as tactical instructor in Foxhound Special Forces in the 2000s. Participated in 2033 Wellington Olympics in Judo. Have you signed up for it yet? What, Patreon? I run the Patreon, so I'm the one who like runs that Patreon page. Will Classic Sins eventually come to YouTube or stay patron exclusive? There are a few videos that I plan to make Classic Sins on that I will put to a vote to the patrons to release on YouTube after like a period of like exclusivity. But all of DLC Sins and most of the Classic Sins will probably remain on Patreon as like for the people who like paid for it. But like every once in a while I will release one that I feel would be a good match for the channel. But I do want most of it to stay as like an exclusive thing to like encourage people to sign over the Patreon. It's only $3, so I keep it pretty cheap. And I'm even gonna be putting out some free stuff on it as well. Okay, what was the other guy's full name? Shit. Oh well. Kojima verse confirmed. Well, he not this anymore. He doesn't work in Konami. Like the Resident Evil 1 video. Well, the Resident Evil 1 video was going to be a regular GameSins video. The version of that game I played was the remake version of the remade version of the remake that came out in 2014. And plus all of the other mainline Resident Evil games already on my channel, so it makes sense to already have the game Resident Evil 1 on it as well. But other things will be going up on Patreon. Let's see. Maybe the front desk lady will tell us where they went. There are people who are convinced Death Stranding was going to be revealed to be true Metal Gear Solid 6 and Kojima, Konami, Fallout was one big... Yeah, they were stupid people though. That would make no sense. Mika's opinion. Mika, what do you think? You, Harry, the chief? Okay, Harry is the one I need to look up. I really love and trust all of you. I need to go back to the computer now. I'm looking at Harry Benjamin. You recommend Rule of Rose? I actually have that game on my Pakistani GameCube for a future playthrough. Chaos Legion. Is Chaos Legion a Capcom game? I feel like I know the name. I've seen that game before. It's like a Devil May Cry kind of game, right? Harry Benson. Engineered Junker Agency. Blood type O negative. Marital status single. Background originally member of the government science team. Combat Snatchers before his combination with police team to form Junker Agency. Parents die in the catastrophe. Harry taken into government custody. Earns PhD from Michigan State University at age 14. Gains widespread attention for his development of weapons during World War III. Joins NASA following war and contributes to Ramjet engine development. Team 3 3 Nobel Prizes, 1 Fields Prize. Okay, so that doesn't help me any. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Kojima never existed at all. It was just a result of mass hysteria. That feels like the kind of plotline Kojima would write about, honestly. It's like a bad DMC, but you're a Stan user. I feel like I remember like seeing a video review of it years ago, and it's like very emo. Like it's like the emo Devil May Cry. Basic useless goal is to one day catch Dartigan off guard with an up dog or D's nuts joke. You need to like think better, man. Think higher in your goals. Yes and yes on Chaos Legion. I don't know if it did too well. I don't believe it did. It only got the one game. And I remember it kind of reviewed poorly. I think I remember watching like an X-Play video on it back in the day. Look up Red Square maybe. Oh yeah. I don't think you can look up locations on this. But I'll try it. Yeah, it's only like, maybe you gotta look for the FAQ file though. Yeah, I know this ain't gonna work. It's no data on him in Alpha 1. Huh? His real name or there's no data, then he must be some kind of drifter or illegal immigrant. Red Square is an illegal immigrant, is it? Well, you're partially right. Ramjets are pretty difficult. U.S. Air Force. Yeah, I've actually read about ramjets before. It's kind of difficult to make something go that fast in atmosphere without it burning up. History concerning Junker, Snatcher, and transportation. Catastrophe. Mysterious explosion destroying the Chernoshin research facility near Moscow. The explosion released a biological weapon called Lucifer Alpha. Fun fact, chat. Fun, well, it's not really fun. It's barely a fact. But some of you know I once tried to write a book called Lucifer Snow. I actually, the namesake for the name Lucifer Snow came from the name of that right there, Lucifer Alpha. I remember like reading the name of that and like, that's a cool name. And then I just later came up with the idea of like Lucifer Snow. Which had been under development by the old Soviet regime into the atmosphere, creating the greatest biohazard in history. With 1 week, the bacteria spread throughout Eastern Europe and Eurasia, killing 80% of the population there. How come it didn't spread beyond there, though? 6 months later, Lucifer Alpha suddenly mutated into a non-lethal form. Oh, that's why. Northern Eurasia, now an unpopulated wasteland, was designated and remains a United Nations neutral zone to prevent unauthorized exploitation since the disaster. To become known simply as a catastrophe, hundreds of research papers have been published purporting to reveal its causes. The real reason behind it remains unknown. Hey, Ronnie James Dio. What's up, Green Note? How you doing? Yeah, that ain't helping me any. Mars. I don't see anything on Red Square here. Maybe I just gotta leave. Maybe there's like a place in town that's like Red Square. World War III file? I've read it already, I think. But I'll check it out. World War III began in 2010 and lasted to 2011, huh? Chat, we missed this future. 14 years after the catastrophe, war broke out over possession of northern Eurasia, left uninhabited by the disaster. Conservative Soviet leaders who managed to survive, the catastrophe received military support from China and launched an invasion of the region. Nevertheless, Western economic sanctions forced the Chinese to withdraw their support, leading to victory for Western forces. Ending just 6 months after it began, this conflict has become known as the Half-Year War. Yeah, I don't think this is the right path to look. I gotta find some other, information. You love a mega playthrough of the Clock Tower series? I've never played any of those games. I know the second one is, like, terrible, though, from what I've seen of a video of it once. I feel like he's got something behind this poster here as well. But if he does, I can't look at it. Well, maybe they're at outer heaven together right now. Alright, let me check the chief's office one more time, then we'll leave, because I'm out of ideas. Mm-hmm. Why would there be a picture like this in the chief's office? That's what I'm wondering, and I don't know. You like detailed pixel art like this? Yeah, I mean, this isn't the greatest pixel art I've seen, but it's pretty good for its time, I guess. But, I'll try leaving. Why don't we search the headquarters while Harry and the chief are out? Shit. I'm not done here. Chief's whereabouts. The chief is out right now. I don't know when he'll be back. The chief has been really busy lately. He'll be attending the Kyoto Summit next month. He's had a lot of meetings and stuff related to that. How about Harry? Harry's out right now. He seemed to be going after the chief when he left. Said he had to check on something. He's been a little restless lately. He seemed to be investigating something. The Kyoto Summit? What's that? It's the annual summit of the leaders of the world's advanced countries. It will be taking place in Old Kyoto this year. Seems like an excellent place for a bunch of snatchers to grab some world leaders, don't you think? I want to believe in them, but I'm not sure I'm a mistake. Okay. How do I show her the matches? Also, did you hear that Mr. Frog is running for president? Who? Who's Mr. Frog? What matches? I don't smoke. Harry is the only person at the agency who smokes. Sorry, I don't have any idea. Make it as a matter of fact. Gillian. Oh, that's right. Maybe she's better off not knowing. This man over here hasn't seen Smiling Friends? I have not. I don't have time to watch these things you guys are watching, alright? I gotta be making my entertainment for you to watch. I live in a different world from you, alright? I am the content creator. I am not just like the content enjoyer. There's a difference. Like, try calling the chief? Do I have his number even? No, we only have Loveline is out of business. I think Isabella was like a fake number. We got Jamie and Napoleon. So neither of these are gonna work. Like 6 episodes each, like 15 minutes, you can knock it out fast. Yeah, but I'm still too busy. I'm not even interested. Creates content sexily. Very sexily, I've been told. Chat, I haven't told you guys yet, but I'm going to be going to a Rin Fair next month. How about that? You impressed? I'm going to go to a Rin Fair, and then I'm going to go cave spelunking. I don't really know what else to do. Maybe go look. There's got to be something I got to find on the computer about this damn painting. Alright. Maybe if I try, I don't know, this doesn't seem like it works. Great, but maybe I'm just prejudging one based on what I saw from 2. I want to be sexily. Takes a lot of work. Maybe it isn't worth it even. You lucky mofo, I want to go to a Rin Fair. Are there none in your area? I mean, it's not like they'll kick you out if you show up. Let me try just looking for red square. I think it's only for looking for people. Wait, what if I try linen? No matching names on file, huh? You know, I wonder. I should have tried this earlier. No matching name? Really? You didn't take that opportunity? Maybe I just gotta put solid in. That seems out of place for you, Kojima. What about Big Boss? Maybe Solid. This is well before Metal Gear Solid 2. He didn't even have the name Solid is going. Hope you don't get King's disease. Well, most of us we don't even really know what King's disease is, other than like you fall apart. Okay, so I don't think it's like an ID file. It has to be like a fact file then. But which one would it be? Bunker bylaws, get runner's equipment. Kobe history, Kobe Alpha 1, Snow 9. It's Liquid Sky, Black Market, Liquid Sky. Okay, just drugs. Save up some calories for that. It's all beer and red meat. What, a Ren Fair? Yeah, pretty much. King's disease is gout, most likely. I just know it's like it's a lot of symptoms, so you don't really want it. You love Ren Fairs? I've actually never been to a Ren Fair, so it'll be my first time. Black Taxi, Tube Liner. Menu. I don't know what to do. Alright, does anyone here who's played this game knows what I need to look for to like get past this red square painting part? Because I'm beating my head against the wall now. And I can't leave the Junker HQ until I figure it out. Wait, Siberian neutral zone. Wait a minute. Like this. Catastrophe. United Nations to control the bulk of Siberian territory for the past 50 years, prohibiting any outside interference after effects of Lucifer Alpha contamination plan on human life function. Next 50 years in order to prevent an recurrence in World War III region. No. Check the hospital again. I can't leave here until I find all the evidence. Kyoto Summit. Some of the world leaders scheduled for December 2047 in Kyoto, despite the fact that no accounts of a Snatcher outside of Neo Kobe exist. World leaders, fearing contamination by them, are pursuing a policy of sealing the city off from the rest of the world by severing all land, sea, and air transport links. The main function of this year's summit is to formally agree to the above policy, thus the cooperation of the Japanese government in carrying it out. What part of the game are we on? We're on the part where we're at Junker HQ looking for a Benson that we either one of the two Bensons that work in this office. One of them is a Snatcher. I've checked the Gibson's room. Okay. I didn't think there'd be anything in there though. Did China try to take Siberia? In this game, in like the late 90s or the early 90s or something, a man-made virus that Russia created got loose and basically wiped out all of Russia and Eastern Europe and depopulated it. So it's like a big empty land grab. Alright, let me go to the, the detective room then. Hey, Garrus, thank you for the 37 months, man. Let's go. Fucking go, mate. So it'd all be much easier if Gibson was still alive. Nope, nothing in here. Position, I think it's a chief too, but I checked his office and we found that painting, but now I can't figure out what to do after finding the painting is a problem. Let me look at the painting. Red Square. Why would there be a picture like this in the chief's office? His desk was straightened. Well, it's our desk now, so someone came in and cleaned it. Yeah, the only thing that mattered here was the photo, and I don't know what to do with it. No one else has heard of it. Not many people. A lot of the people weren't even alive when this game came out. We looked up Red Square. That was a bus. How about Moscow? I think that's only for like looking up people. I don't think you can look up locations with it. What's called an ID lookup. I tried Lenin as well. But I don't think there's any more evidence to collect, so I just need to figure out what this damn painting's all about. Yeah, I'll try Lenin again. Hey, Lord Rush, look who's back with more gift memberships. Big thanks to you, by the way. How you been? And thank you for the gift bomb. This search for Soviet leaders is for you. What if I try Stalin? Did you catch the video on the Patreon today, by any chance? Stalin? Here's the guide. Look at picture, investigate the picture. Look at the investigate the photo, move to front, enter turbo cycle. It wouldn't let me leave when I try. I've done everything except enter the turbo cycle because it wouldn't let me. I'll try leaving again though. Please be careful. Okay, now it's letting me leave. What the fuck? I guess I need to ask her about the Kobe summit before it let me leave. Gillian, I have a video phone call. That's all I need to do was leave. From Jamie, I'll connect you.
Gillian, it's me, Jamie. Listen carefully. You know that Queen's Hospital? I found out that they undertook a major expansion project in 2035 to put in a basement. That's right, they have a basement. Basement construction is really unusual here in the Okobe. That's why there are still records of it. But there's more. The director of that hospital, Shin-Shu Ho, has had his license suspended in the past for performing eugenics experiments.
This bee is really good, by the way.
Facility.
Are you telling me Queens has underground treatment facilities?
That has to be it, Gillian. Shin-Shu Ho is performing skin operations on Snatchers underground.
And that means that Chin himself is also probably a Snatcher. Or rather the
audio
real
desync,
Chin,
yeah,
the
that happens
original
for
Chin was
sometimes in
snatched.
this.
So,
I can
that
fix it,
entire
though.
ground level complex is just a front for the underground facilities.
And if we hit that hospital, we can ruin the Snatcher's plans. Well, this is it, Metal. We're heading right into the enemy's headquarters this time.
Do we, like, want to get some
Gillian?
backup?
Yeah?
This sounds really dangerous. I just wanted you to know I want you to come home safe.
Jamie,
The reason I left you is because I thought you were pushing yourself too hard, being self-destructive. And it seemed like the wedding ring you were wearing when they found us had become a tremendous burden on you. I didn't want that to be the only reason we stayed together.
oh, Jamie, I never felt that way at all.
I'll be waiting for you. We may not have our memories, but you are the only one I've ever shared any time with. Be careful, Gillian.
Jamie.
Finally, a woman who didn't, shut me down.
Yeah. All right, Metal, let's go. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital. Her Majesty is waiting.
You're just gonna sit there and stare at each other? All right. All right, let me see if I can fix the audio now. Sometimes that will do it. Oh, that's the best I can do. Oh, no, oh, she didn't know. No. Queen's Hospital, please. Shadow of Memories was the title. Real heroes don't need plans. Yeah, they go in with just their little robot sidekick to fight evil robots. Only 2 people are working in this agency. Well, we got the chief, we got Harry, and we got myself, and the front desk lady. The other guy's working there died.
Where do you think you're going?
What the fuck?
This is most unusual. The turbo cycle seems to be out of control.
Switch over to manual. I'll take over.
Understood. I've switched to manual control. Well, how is it?
What the?
That's very
We've got
reminiscent
no
of my
brakes!
speed emote.
Metal, check the brake system out. Pronto.
Maybe that could be the new speed emote.
Sorry, Gillian. Looks like sabotage. No
His
doubt
face
the
is even
Snatcher's
stuck.
handiwork.
He's pogging.
Sabotage? But the
Snatcher
only one who
pog.
could work on the turbo cycle.
Worry about that later. Gillian, we've got to do something quickly.
Pull the emergency lever. Middle, pull the lever over there. Alright, here goes. It broke off. I guess we have had it jump out. We'd never survive it. It would be like jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge. A rather dated image, don't you think? Give up. What, are you giving up? I can only jump out or give up. Can't be serious. At this speed, you'll be torn to pieces. Oh no, Gillian has given up. Now we're truly doomed. Oh, shut up, will you? I'll think of something, probably. We've had it. There's nothing we can do. Don't give up so easily. There might be some way out of this yet. What in the world are you doing? Hit Cliff. Who's Cliff? I've got it. Well, oh, it means an actual cliff. Let's try sideswiping the cliff. Hang on, Metal. Yeah. Damn, even that won't stop it. Drive into a sand pile. Press button. Alright, let's try a long jump. I'll push this button here.
And a good morning to you, my friend. Bud Milliwicky here on the big 90.7. Looks like we're gonna have a bright...
Also, Polygar, thank you for the 19 months. You turned the radio on, Gillian. What are you doing? Press the button again. There's a switch for the afterburner. Okay, that's a weird face there. Whoops. You boosted our thrust by 23%. Do something, Gillian. How about this button? That's the heater. Temperature increasing. 68 degrees, 69, 70, 70. There, it's reached a comfortable room temperature. Don't care about the temperature right now. We're finished. It's been nice knowing you, Gillian. Shut up. There must be something. Locals, we're moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. There's no way we can survive. Damn, the speed keeps increasing. Pray to God. Well, Metal, I haven't known you for very long, but it's been fun. Gillian, let's pray together. Actually, I'm not I'm not religious. I didn't think so. That said, Gillian Prayer. Look, a new command has appeared on the menu. Kojima, you gotta stop it. We literally just prayed and created a Deus Ex Machina in this game to save our asses. And the game directly acknowledges it. Hit control panel.
Damn! What else can we do? Metal, start punching buttons.
Any buttons at all?
Yes! Yes! Push anything!
Gillian, this doesn't seem to be doing any good.
Damn, I was sure that would work.
Gillian, the road makes a sharp right turn just 1,500 meters ahead. At this speed, we'll never make it. Gillian! Gillian!
Hey, Gillian!
Huh?
Over here!
What's that?
Gillian,
Oh,
over
it's
here!
our boyfriend.
Random!
Gillian, you gotta jump over to my bike! Hurry!
800 meters until we reach the curve.
Metal, you go
He's
first!
so cool.
What? Not again.
Move your butt! That curve's just ahead!
Understood. 1, 2, 3!
All right, Gillian, now it's your turn. Keep her steady.
300 meters until you reach the curve.
Gillian, jump!
I can't! My timing's off!
150 meters.
Gillian, now!
70 meters.
Now, Gillian, now!
Oh, we're too late!
Some nice sound fonts they got there.
Gillian! I guess he didn't make it.
Don't bury me so fast! I'm right here!
Don't you even know how to ride a motorcycle?
Gillian,
Yeah, you got
it's
your
not much
balls
farther to
right up
Queen's
against the
Hospital,
rear
and you
wheel,
could
Gillian.
probably
That
use
can't
the
be comfortable.
exercise Anyway. Why don't we just continue
Oh,
the
he's
rest
just
of the
being
way like this?
sandpapered off. To be honest, this game is boring. I don't know. I like how quirky and weird it is,
We've arrived
but
at Queen's
it's
Hospital.
definitely not for everyone.
So, this is the place, huh? Random, are you sure you know what you're doing? This isn't going to be a field trip, you know.
But
We
not
may
every game
come
I
back.
play is like some
Yeah, the bounty for
masterpiece.
this
Sometimes I
one
play
will more
weird
than
odd
make up
games.
for it. If you're around to spend it, that is.
Gillian, let's get going.
But hey, I'll be playing Grand Theft Auto 3 soon. Maybe that won't bore you. What do you think about that, huh? You into like that whole like? Did I say Metal Gear? Metal Gear Auto. You like those Grand Theft Auto games? I hear they're pretty popular. And Resident Evil 3, possibly. But I am going to be sending some Grand Theft Auto games this summer, and so some are on. But so I need to. I've already got most of them played, but I need to play 3 and Vice City to get those out of the way. With his luck with women, he doesn't need any balls. Well, he's got a wife, technically. He just for some reason hits on every other woman, which means he shouldn't have a wife. You had pizza today? Pizza. So one will. Oh yeah, that's right. He's only had one will, which makes it really difficult to see how he was even like keeping it balanced. All right, into the hospital we go. Have you tried to hit on Metal Gear yet? No, Metal Gear is actually like a male-presenting robot, and it's even programmed with his own sexual interests. Actual plot point in the game, the robot is into the same type of women Gillian is into. What did you miss? We just had an epic car chase where we had to jump out of our car onto our boyfriend's motorcycle, essentially. And now we found out that someone in the Snatcher HQ may be a Snatcher. And now we're going back to the hospital to, kill some robots. Let's go, random. I'm ready for anything. Alright, open the door. We're inside the hospital. Usually quiet in here. There has to be an entrance to the lower level in here somewhere. There's nobody in the booth. The monitors are switched off. Pretty lonely reception. getting way too loud. Floor. There are dust everywhere. Investigate. No new footprints. Apparently things have been left this way for a number of months. Only footprints are those that we left. So we are the only ones who have been in and out of here, huh? Nothing has changed since our last visit. That means nobody's in here, eh? That would appear to be the case. I cannot detect any footprints beside ours. I saw a Star Wars Rule 34 film where the droid was a sex toy. Why did you watch that? Boyfriend's bike. I was just making fun of the fact that, Random is so much more cooler than us. Ed is like, you know what? He seems dreamy. Use Metal Gear. A Striptress. Striptress sounds like a really cool, character class in an RPG. What do you think of this hospital? Well, it definitely looks like it's not being used. Still, I sense something. Probably their smell. Alright, check out these rooms again. It's like an operating room. Oh, you mentioned it there. There's still a few things about that third room that we haven't cleared up yet. Oh yeah, there was the desk with rails on it. Sexily. A striptress, sexily. I mean, I feel like sexily is implied by the name. Did you ever play the Snatcher DLC for Metal Gear Solid 5? There's a Snatcher DLC for Metal Gear Solid 5? I did not know about that. I only played what was part of Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes and nothing more. Only DLC I knew for that game is you could play as Raiden. Oh, you play as Raiden and shoot Snatchers, okay. What do you think of this room? The lack of lights is weird. I can't think of any reason for that. Maybe the Snatchers don't need lights, huh? Room may have some kind of trap or some device in it. They run under the desk. Perhaps this desk is designed to slide. I think you're right. The rails on the floor. Rails? That's funny. Maybe this is the way they lower level. Must be a switch somewhere. I knew that wasn't just an ordinary vase. What's this? Face to face. Doesn't this look like the picture that's on the wall of the chief's office? It's a famous optical illusion, isn't it? I get it. Their eyes don't register optical illusions. We better check that out. Not something a human would notice easily. Could be a sign of some kind. I bet this vase is some kind of switch. Alright, I will try lifting it up. Oh. The desk slid to one side, revealing a stairway leading down. Wait, I didn't know Random was with us?
Down to a lower level.
It looks like Jamie was right. Queen's Hospital does have a basement.
And that basement is the Snatcher's main lair. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Well, what do we do now, Gillian?
Here's to go, straight down. The perspective of that stairwell is all screwed up. It looks like you have to it doesn't look like there's very much clearance to get past the lid of the floor versus the angle of the steps. Like you'd have to squeeze through that tiny little gap. Unlike the hallway, these stairs do not have any dust on them. In other words, our friends use this, right? Don't read anything in the moment. Alright, let's go down.
It's a very narrow stairway. We'll
This is
have
the
to go
first
down
visit
single
to the
file.
hospital. The second.
Okay,
This is the second.
who's going to take the point?
That's obvious. The guy with the light.
Hey, that's not fair.
Does Random's head ever uncock?
Well, well, what do we have here?
It's the hospital corridor.
It's the same hallway, but not the one that's on the first floor.
So what does that mean?
An entire floor of Queen's Hospital has been duplicated underground.
So the same floor is both upstairs and downstairs.
Why would they just make a
Sort
replica?
of like parallel worlds.
So that desolate setup upstairs is all just a smokescreen. They're making it look like the place is closed down, but in reality, they're keeping themselves quite busy.
Gillian, that means we're already right in the middle of their headquarters. Please use extreme caution.
So, also, chat, how many of you saw the northern lights happen over the past couple days when we had that big geomagnetic storm? Sadly, it didn't reach me. There's a reception booth in the middle of the floor. Well, apparently it did reach me, but I didn't see them from where I was at. But I did see, like, photos of the people were sharing the same area as me. There's a reception booth in the middle of the floor as upstairs, and there are 3 doors off to the hallway. Everything is exactly the same. Like we jumped through a time or something. Didn't see them. I was able to get some cool pics. I'm jealous. I really wanted to see them, but it didn't, for some reason they just did not show up. Maybe I had too much light pollution where I'm at. Been polished quite meticulously. Nothing like upstairs at all. See, it was a linoleum floor, huh? My buddies Yi Chao in Seattle got some gorgeous photos. Jump scare incoming in 3, 2, 1. It's kind of hard to jump scare in a game like this, but they can try. Monitors and control consoles also appear well cared for. In other words, this stuff gets looked at regularly. We better be real careful. That door is closed. Okay, we know how that works. Continue. Construction design of the hallways and rooms is absolutely identical to the floor above. Wax nicely. Just can't imagine a bunch of snatchers crawling around waxing floors. They seem to like things tidy, don't they? It's obviously used differently from the floor above. There are switches here to open the doors. What, Gillian? They will hear us if we make too much noise. So this, unlike the first door, there are only 2 switches. And number 2. Did you hear about Kate's subathon? I visited and talked to her a bit during her subathon last night. Did something happen? I'm assuming it seemed like it was going pretty well when I was there. Alright, let's check out the first room. We're in room number 1. Hey, that means we can find the room with working genital stimulators now. The lights are on, unlike upstairs. Do you trust Gillian with any case if you were his superior? It makes 0 sense why he was hired onto this. The guy has amnesia, doesn't remember his past, and they made him like a guy in charge of killing people, possibly. It's the weirdest thing he would be given this job. There's an opening table in the middle of the room. This appears to be their treatment area. With these lights, it actually looks like a real hospital. Did someone say genital stimulator? We were in one of these rooms earlier, and there was a device called the genital stimulator. Various X-ray devices have been installed in the ceiling. Number of brand new medical monitors are installed. Appears to be a standard operating table. Cables run from it to the number of the machines around the room. Smell. Oh yeah, it's the same smell you get at just about any hospital, an operating one that is. Wonder if this is where they carry out their treatment. Sure looks that way. Alright, let's look over this entire room. It's a Snatcher. Don't scare me like that, it's just a specimen. There's nothing to note besides the medical equipment. Besides the standard X-ray and gamma rays, they can also project neutron and proton particle beams with this equipment. I would suspect that is used in cancer treatment. These are monitors for ultrasound, MRI scanners, and other imaging equipment. They are already connected to the nearby machines. The surface of the bed is still quite warm. It's as if someone was lying there until just moments ago. picking up any emotion. There was some movement, but I've lost it now. This is rather grotesque. It's somewhat distorted for a medical model. It's quite inaccurate. This is their nest. Let's take the place up. Let's relax. Let's take a look at the other rooms too. Alright. Don't go outside much. Not at night anyway, so that's like the best time to go out. If the area is safe. You showed off your pupper to the pizza delivery person today. What do you think of it? What do you think of it? Oh, now that's science right there. Eyeballs spinning. Look at this. Some kind of testing equipment is running. That's a real nasty sound. Gets on my nerves. Now, this room seems to be the real biotech research lab. Looks like Frankenstein could show up at any minute. It's well equipped with micro manipulators, various types of lasers. There's a microsurgery system. There are a number of jars for formaldehyde and other chemicals. There are a number of machines for biotech experiments. It seems they are quite serious about their work. They are all finest quality monitors, microscopes, and the like. Perhaps they are culturing skin cells. What do you think? Sure looks like we found their hideout to me. Let's take a look at the room next door. I don't know how to get in there. Ooh, what a smell. It smells like rotting fish or something. That's a smell of decomposing protein. So that's a smell of cancerous skin cells, like Gibson wrote about, eh? I can't stand the smell. Fortunately, I'm stuck in bed with most of the time due to physical health problems. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Hope you recover from it, if that is, you know, possible. Bladerunner reference right there. The eyeballs, you're right, actually. Never know where they could be hiding. Let's keep conversation absolutely minimum. How do we open the third door? We're in the hospital hallway. They're in the same doors that we saw on the first floor. Yeah, but it's like, can't be opened. It says morgue. Morgue as in where dead bodies are kept? Must be like a hidden switch to get into the third room. Door's closed, okay. Damn it. Alright. This game does kind of suck at puzzles, I gotta say. Why would the Snatchers need a reception booth? They're robots. I guess they gotta check in too. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure right now. Room is illuminated with red light. It makes me a very disquieting atmosphere. What are they doing here? What was all these samples? This looks like a lot more like a looks a lot more than a place to treat skin cancer. Why you sound so sexy? I don't know. I don't think I do. Are you sure that I do? Are you sure that what you're hearing is sexual? I don't know. I'm like flubbing words, laughing to myself, chuckling. None of that is sexy material. I can ruin it for you. How about now? How do you do it? Everything is quite neatly organized. And there are samples here of monoclonal antibodies. What in the world is that? Antibodies which are said to have beneficial effects to cancerous melanomas. There's no mistake. This is definitely their maintenance hospital. Thank you, but it's alright. I'm used to it. I have a lot of lower back, hip, knee, and leg pain. Laying down is the only way I'm pain-free. Do you have one of those, like, autoimmune disorders where your joints are attacked? Or is it just, like, bad fortune that you got bad joints? You got a nice deep voice. Women love a deep voice. So I'm told. Or at least I'm told by people online. Smoker's voice. Smokers' voices are not sexy. They're just like, maybe for like a year or two, and then they sound like they're dying. But hey, this voice will apparently help me out when I start up a new channel where I read books to people. I'm starting to wonder if that will be like where I become a millionaire after doing that. I'm probably going to end up trying that out this year, actually, and seeing how well it does. DNA synthesizers, DNA sequencers, a nucleic acid extractor, chromatography equipment, automatic pipetting devices, the particle accelerator used to generate a stream of very heavy particles for a number of different treatment techniques. The machines is in standby mode. And this is helping me. Snatchers obviously possess much greater intelligence than we have previously given them credit for. Nevertheless, their technology seems somewhat dated. Dated? What do you mean by that? Equipment and techniques they are using, most of these methods were abandoned years ago. This is well behind the current level of technology in most developed countries. A rough approximation, but I would say that they are 20 to 30 years behind the times. What's more, judging from the imbalance of their research material, it appears to be primarily the work of one individual. You're telling me that all this work on the Snatchers' artificial skin is being carried out by some person and not some government institution? Design of this lab itself is a violation of a number of the biohazard prevention safety codes. While a few safety cabinets have been installed, there is no autoclave or gas sterilizer anywhere. This is quite far from P4 level. I seriously doubt that this lab was set up by a government or any other large organization. I'd love to listen to you read a book. I mean, I'm gonna do some things. I want to buy a desk, and I want to get like leather-bound books, so you get like and I want a camera pointing down at the book, so you get like my voice plus me turning pages to read through stuff. That's when I'll try it out. I think Smokers. First book should be The Count of Monte Cristo. It's very likely the first book would be probably Lovecraft. I don't know. I haven't really decided what it'll be. Books about gunk. What are your favorite gunk books, chat? Tell me some good gunk books. These dates and the symbols indicate that they are rather new. Okay, I don't know if there's anything left. This room is limited. Like, combination of bad arteries, joint damage, and nerve damage. Just mistreated and ignored the problems for too long. 20 some odd years of pretending everything was normal. Yeah, that gets a lot of people. So hopefully though, I mean, I don't want to like, you know, be one of those people. It's like, oh, keep your head up, pal. Because I know how much like not having your health can suck. It's one of those few things I was actually born with, because I was not born with any advantages other than good health. I've always tried to never take it for granted. But I have known people that have, or like just make bad choices that lead to it. But I always say, hey, future might hold like promising stuff for you. So, I don't know, I feel like it's better to be positive about something rather than just like doom, but you don't seem like you're the doomer type either. Tell me about the fish people breeding the humans. That I will do. That I will tell you all about the fish breeding. The device was selective destroying certain types of cancer. They also have latest gene cannon. A gene cannon, huh? Okay. Doesn't seem to be anything else I can do here. Books about gooning. Roadside Picnic by Arcady. Oh, that one, the Stalker book. However, when I do start doing the reading channel, it will have the only stuff I can read on it would be stuff that is, not copyrighted. So it'd be much older stuff. Pretty sure that book is probably still copyrighted, but then again, maybe it's copyrighted in Russia, so it doesn't matter. I'm not really sure how that would work. I need to figure out how to get into the damn morgue. You look at them like this, there isn't much difference between them and humans, is there? The Surprised your first book wouldn't be The Three Musketeers. Look, I don't really have much of like some kind of connection to D'Artagnan or The Three Musketeers as a story. I just thought the name was cool. And I didn't even know how to like say it or spell it correctly when I first started using it. This is odd. The reading comes and goes. Probably a sensor malfunction on my part. Well, the human skeleton, no doubt they use it for anatomical study. Just accept it and do the best you can say. I won't say I'm very positive about it, but I don't believe in complaining about it to others, you know? Yeah, I get you. I get you completely on those facts, actually. Yeah, I know anyone in your estate doesn't really want pity either. Let's see. Yeah, that would be a great tie-in. Generally it would be, because of, you know, the boob joke. But I don't think there's even boobs in the book. I'm just gonna look over again. Now let's look over the entire room. The skeleton's gone. Skeleton is gone. It was definitely there a moment ago. I read movement. This room. Jump scare incoming. Shoot, aim for the head. You know, if it hadn't like stuck its face in front of us, it probably could have actually successfully snuck attack us.
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated. There's no doubt now that this is their maintenance facility. This one was probably still waiting to get its artificial skin installed.
So this is what they really look like, huh?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about them. You can't tell them from real people once they've got that
About
skin
some
on.
chill books like
Perhaps
Kitchen.
that's
You know what? If you guys have like
humanity's
reading
great
recommendations for me,
We're
send them to me on
always
Discord
judging
actually.
books by their
Because it's
cover.
hard for me to remember them reading them in
It's
chat.
just that human weakness that
My
they're
Discord
out to
link
take
is down below.
advantage of.
I'll keep them in mind. I'll make a
All
list
right,
or
Random.
something.
Metal, let's go. The HQ's junk squad can take care of him later. We've got an investigation to do.
Now that's gunk. They bleed gack, chat. I think it's definitely dead or terminated. Terminated this time. Yes, all its functions have ceased. I don't read any residual energy either. Are you hit, Gillian? Yeah, but just once, don't worry. That was quite a top customer. You get a few hundred of those together and that would be it. Gillian, let's get on with the investigation. How the fuck did the Snatcher move around while they were in the room? I guess it was like hiding in the corner. Dartigan, good synth name. Seems like meme material. We already had like the Pog face in this game, so possibly. Take a look at it. The remains of the Snatcher are on the floor. The remains of the Snatcher are going to investigate. Its functions have been completely terminated. It won't be moving again. It looks like this is where they're doing their treatment. And the proof is over there on the floor. The stench from the Snatcher we wasted is still around. Only your guard down, as the friends are probably around here somewhere. Androids bleed on, they drink the Mountain Dew. You know, it has to power something in life. No longer reading movement. Okay, I don't guess we get anything from the robot. Let's look. Just like that last one, you never know when they might pop out. Keep your blaster ready, Gillian. So now we're down to just room number 3. Don Quixote is really sad if you don't read an abridgment. Most books or stories, before the industrial period tend to be kind of sad. Why green? Because green is different than red. That's their only reason. They're not human, so they bleed green. Alright. There is one in the operating room. There are bound to be others. You never know, they could be hiding anywhere around here. Don't know, for a supposed hideout, there aren't very many of them. You never know where they could be hiding. Let's keep conversation to an absolute minimum. Maybe go into room 1. Oh no, it's room 1, blew that thing up. I don't know how to get into room 3, but still. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be sick. Skeleton is back there, probably waiting to get his skin here, huh? I think this place is only used for skin treatment. These are all the same things that... Let's quickly go through these real quick. Sometimes you really do have to beat your head against a wall really hard to make any progress in this game, and it's a little annoying. If there's a way to trigger an option to press both buttons at once. That's the thing in this game, sometimes you gotta click the same option multiple times to make progress, it'll change and stuff, but I don't know, nothing really seems to be happening in this room. Play with the switches that opens the door in the lobby, really? I mean, I've played with them quite a bit. Is there a specific way I'm supposed to play with these? Investigate, I have, haven't I? There are only 2 buttons here. There's only 2 buttons. Maybe it can be opened using those 2 buttons. So yeah, doesn't seem to change any. Sexily. One and 2. Oh, okay, that is kind of shit. That you just gotta like randomly do that for a bit before this appears. That's bad. Bad puzzle design.
Alright, let's try pushing both buttons simultaneously.
The 2 buttons are on opposite panels, so there's no way one person can push them both alone. But if 2 of us work together, it might do it.
That's it, Gillian. It makes perfect sense. It's the same system they used to use in nuclear missile silos in the late 20th century. Eliminates the risk of one man going nuts and acting alone.
Well, it's hard to be sure, but let's
Kojima
give it a
loves his
try
lore
anyway.
dumps, doesn't he?
I've got button 1.
Like,
Random,
here's these
you push
random
number
facts
2.
I learned about things.
You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Come on!
You did it! Door number 3 opened.
With safety measures like that, they must have had a good reason for wanting to keep it closed.
Exactly. It's not exactly much of a safety reason, though. I mean, I would figure a code would be a better option. Congrats, you opened the door. Congratulations, you made basic progress. Oh, I do like a very excitable character in a game sometimes. Like, oh wow, good job, buddy. In we go. you send every video you stream, or do you stream games just for the sake of streaming? Oh, shit. There are times I play something just for fun without the sake of, like, sending it. But most of the stuff I play, I record so I can stream it at some point in the future.
Perhaps victims of the Snatchers?
Well, it doesn't look like whoever put them here was too worried about making sure they would rest in peace.
No, it doesn't. These have got to be their victims.
This is probably where
Is it just me, or does random at times sound a little bit like Peter
They
Griffin?
probably picked Outer Heaven because it
Like
gets
he's
a
a
lot
hotter,
of VIP
thinner Peter
traffic.
Griffin.
Plus, during masquerade time, they could work the place and still keep their identities secret.
Jeez, Gilead.
Yeah, and the guy who set
almost
up
like
the
you're a
link between
Snatcher or
them and Outer
something.
Heaven was Freddy, that taxi driver.
I swear I hear
They
it
must
every
have
once in a
gone
while.
after him not because of who he was, but what he did. After all, with a taxi, there's plenty of chances to milk your customers for information. That's probably how they learned about Outer Heaven and Plato's Cavern.
I've been wondering
Flawless, I'm
what
in a
they had done
Kojima
with the
game.
bodies.
Want to hide a book? What better place than the library?
Yeah, you guys
Need to
hear it
hide
too,
a
right?
body? How about the morgue?
And for them, keeping the bodies hidden is crucial. I mean, if somebody who's supposed to be dead is out walking the
Lois
streets,
cannot
it
do a
wouldn't be
Peter
too
Griffin
hard to
impression.
figure out that something screwy is going on.
That means that if we can figure out who these bodies were, then we've just nailed 4 snatchers.
You can't. Yeah, I'm sorry I've given you this cursed knowledge. This is very graphic for what would have been a 1993 game for kids. Appears to have been a proper morgue at one time, but now it's being used as little more than a closet. There's ventilation duct on one side of the room. One of the bodies is still decomposing, the other 3 are little more than skeletons. How did the worms get into them if there's no flies, though? There's a cover on the duct, but it has been weakened by oxidation. Smell. I don't recommend doing that. Ooh, that stench. So that's what rotting protein smells like. The decomposition process releases numerous gases. The only thing in the room, besides the bodies, is some dust and scraps, as well as the maggots infesting the newest body. A number of different insect larvae have infested the body. This has been well preserved, to say the least. It's definitely a human body. Estimated time of death. You're feeling pretty tired tonight? You're a head off. Have a great Hideous. You have a good night, man. Thanks for being here. Hope you had fun, man. The insects infesting a decomposing body can be divided into 8 large groups. Each of those groups works in the body for roughly 15 days, making it 8 by 15 day or 4-month cycle. As such, an analysis of the variety, number, and size of the organisms in the body allows a rather accurate estimation of which group is currently present. In other words, you can figure out how long the victim's been dead, analyzing the body itself, right? On this particular body, flies have laid eggs, and the maggots have grown into adult flies. So it has been less than 30 days since death. I don't think that's 30 days worth of, like, decomposition if he's, like, mostly a skeleton. As for the other 3 bodies, 1 full cycle has been completed, so at least 4 months have passed. Cause of death? Death. You determine the cause of death. Don't forget to like the stream. Hey, yeah, thank you. That'd be very appreciative. Also, check out the Patreon. I released a Stellar Blade video on it today. Bodies are severely damaged. Such a determination would require more extensive facilities than are available here. Identity. What about the identity of the victims? Hair, clothing, even teeth. Anything that could be used to make an identification is gone. What about those teeth right there? Huh? What about those teeth clearly right there? And what about DNA from, all the meat? You got plenty to work with, you lying son of a bitch. Damn Snatchers, they were careful to make sure their identities didn't get out. If we ever had some teeth, we might be able... Right there! But those teeth... Okay, never mind. At least that wasn't just them being blind. Apparently Gillian can't recognize teeth though, which is weird. They've been deliberately misaligned to prevent idea. That is so difficult though. Why wouldn't you just like knock them out and get rid of the teeth and like take them out and put them in other sockets? Been deliberately misaligned to prevent identification. And I guess we'll never be able to ID them. There is a way. What? How? We can perform a simulated reconstruction. Fortunately, skulls of the victims are still intact. Reconstruction, eh? Good idea. Great idea. It is connected to an underground air circulation system and may even lead into the tube liner as well. Metal, let's do this reconstruction thing on the bodies. How am I this fine night? I'm pretty great, actually.
Reconstruction of the head and facial features of each of the 4 victims.
The first stream I've caught since your knockoff Silent Hill. What is this? Did you name your character Metal Gear? No, that he is a Metal Gear. This is a Kojima game.
Complete cranial data now being compiled.
But it's Kojima's Blade Runner, basically.
Now commencing reconstruction.
With more gore.
First, victim's age. Estimate based on 1. Presence or absence of cranial fontanelles and chroma of epicranial sutures. 2. Area of facial region and cranium. 3. Height of upper and lower jaw and development of alveolar part. And 4. Location of cranial center of gravity. Next, victim's sex. Estimate based on 1. Overall size of cranium. 2. Parietal bone angle. And 3. Development of splachocranium. Lastly, victim's race. Estimate based on 1. Overall cranial configuration. 2.
That's a white skeleton right there. You heard it here first.
Now commencing soft feature reconstruction based on average results of above analysis. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of first victim completed.
It's Freddie Nielsen.
Moving on to second victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 2. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction.
It's gonna be the woman from the apartment.
Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of second victim completed.
That's Lisa Nielsen.
Moving on to third victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 3.
You're so
Now
lost, but
starting
enthralled.
craniometric
It's,
analysis.
it's Kojima's,
Complete
that's
cranial
actually
data
what
now
you're supposed to
being
be
compiled using the
experiencing
same
with the
techniques
Kojima
as the
title.
previous reconstruction.
But
Craniometric
it's
analysis
basically
complete.
Blade Runner, if you know the plot of
Now
that,
commencing
only
reconstruction using the same techniques
with a little bit
as
of
the previous
Terminator thrown in.
reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed.
Is that the
Margin of
chief?
error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features.
Chief!
Reconstruction of head of third victim completed.
Who in the world is that?
No, wait,
That's
that's
the
Napoleon.
director of Queen's Hospital. Shin Fui, what's his face?
Oh, no, never mind, someone else.
Chin Shu O Gillian. Moving on to last victim. Now
Sorry, I
commencing
guessed
reconstruction
2
of features
times and
of
got it
victim
wrong.
number 4.
This one's the most recent. It's still decomposing.
Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction.
Alright, I'm ready for like the
Craniometric
twist.
analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of average values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features.
Okay, that's the chief.
Reconstruction of head of final victim completed.
It's the chief!
What?
That is a really nice emote
The
possibility
chief
right there.
is a snatcher! The Benson on the scrap of that patient record was Benson Cunningham.
Judging from the condition of the body, I would estimate that the snatching took place approximately 1 month ago.
So it was the chief who sabotaged our turbocycle. And those matches we found in Harry's room, the chief must have put them there to try to set him up.
No doubt Harry figured it out and decided to leave that face-to-face message.
Why wouldn't he just make a note that says the chief
Didn't we
is a
just say that
snatcher?
Harry had left to go find the chief?
That's right. probably trying to track down some evidence on the chief.
Gillian, I'd say that this Harry has put himself in a pretty dangerous
Shut up,
spot.
Peter.
If it was the chief that sabotaged the turbo cycle, doesn't that mean that he already knows we're onto him?
Damn! Harry and Mika are in danger!
That's far enough, Junker. Your little investigation is over.
It's them!
Who? Snatchers?
Get them!
Just a flesh wound. Just a cock wound. Almost.
My arm! I can't reach my blaster!
These are very,
hit it in
like,
the leg.
Super Saiyan looking faces
Is
they
that
got.
the best you can do, Junker?
Who's there?
Let me fix the audio. It's like
Jin! Oh, you scum!
messing up a little bit.
It seems you still have some fight left in you. You two are finished, but our plans move forward. We are now entering Phase 2. And when we do, not only this city, but the entire world will be ours to command.
Phase 2? What are you talking about?
As you know,
This is such a weird
our
scene, Chad.
operations have been hindered up to now by the flaws in our artificial skin. The skin's shortcomings have kept us away from ultraviolet rays, forcing us to do our work at night.
They're basically
underground,
robot
or
vampires.
in the winter. In the end, we had to construct a hospital like this, all because of the flaws in our artificial skin.
Why are you monologuing, by the way?
This was the only difference between us and you humans. But now we have broken this barrier.
Huh?
We are on the verge of developing a perfect artificial skin, thanks to the cooperation of a new partner in our plan.
Perfect artificial skin? A new partner?
Once we have the new skin, nothing will be able to stop us. And with that, our plan moves to Phase 2. Our little experiment in this city will end, and we'll move in force to take over the world.
Don't be so sure. You won't get out of the city that easy.
You
He's a robot, he doesn't have to do the
humans are
racist
always
Chinese accent. You got a good point.
overconfident, so naive.
What are you talking about?
I have been
I'm
programmed
sure you're
with
aware
racism.
that the Kyoto
Only
Summit,
the strongest
being held to decide how to
ethno-nationalism.
handle the Snatcher problem, opens tomorrow.
Metal. Is that right?
Yes. Countries around the world are concerned about the Snatcher problem. It will be one of the main topics discussed at this year's summit.
That's right. Tomorrow, we attack the summit.
Thanks for
You
sharing
must
that,
be
by the way.
crazy. The security there will be incredible. You won't even get close.
Must I explain everything to you, Junker? Aren't you even aware that a fellow Junker will be giving a special presentation at the summit?
The chief! Cunningham! So that's why you snatched him.
We've known that your chief would be speaking at the summit for over 3 months now.
Gillian, the summit is tomorrow. We have to hurry.
Listen, we have your chief. You Junkers are at our mercy, and so is this city. And tomorrow, we move on the world.
That's a proper
Nothing can
villain,
stop
Chad.
us now. We will finally achieve our long-awaited goal of global domination.
Perfect villain.
Who is
Perfect
this
plan.
we you keep talking about?
Perfect
We?
yo racism.
We are an evolved life form, given life in the depths of the Kremlin by our creator, Modnar. We are a new race.
Modnar?
Modnar? The Kremlin? Those names are familiar, but...
Modnar.
Our goal is to snatch all of the world's leaders and then achieve total control of human thought and worldwide racial
Is Napoleon?
unification.
Nope.
You're insane. Humanity won't be so easily dominated. You underestimate the strength of the human spirit.
I think not. In the same way as the Nazis,
Our strategy begins with the overpowering of the spirit of the
Wow.
people. We will strike at you humans' weakest
Just like the
point,
Nazis,
the
we
most
will win.
primitive part of your psychological
Good
makeup,
logic.
your suspiciousness and fear. By provoking suspicion and mistrust throughout the populace, we will destroy that fragile fabric which holds your society together.
He's like a robotic
that
Goebbels.
of trust. Fear is you humans' weak point. It is the primitive part of your brains that binds you forever to your animal ancestors and makes you vulnerable. By stimulating that part of your atavistic instincts, our plan can succeed magnificently.
Gillian, at this rate, they'll kill us all. You've got to get out alive. You're a junker.
Just what have you have in mind?
I've got a big
I hate this audio
fireworks show
desync, but I
ready
can't do
for
anything
them.
about it right now.
Better that than get snatched.
What? You're gonna blow yourself up? No, we're better off fighting together.
Hey, it won't work. I'm hit in the thigh. Ow, oh, damn. A bounty hunter can't do anything with a leg wound like this. I might as well have been shot in the head.
There must be some way out of here.
There's a
Hey,
bit
I wasn't doing this job just for fun. I stayed ready for situations like this. I've always been prepared to go out with a bang.
It's December. A little late
blowing
for
the cartridge.
fireworks.
Ha! It's a
So
disc-based
it'll
system.
be an off-season show.
No, I can't let you.
My
Do they
belt's
know the
packed with
Nazis lost?
TNTPX.
I don't think they were programmed
You know,
with that part of the
really
wiki.
strong stuff they use in the mines on Mars. One push, and this whole hospital will go. No trouble at all. No time to sit around thinking, Junker boy. Go! What are you doing? Get your butt moving, you fool! Get out through this air shaft. I've got a powerful strobe on me. Its flash will screw up their sensors long enough for you to get out. Now,
And
you
they're
with
really
me?
letting us have a very
Fireworks
long
are better from a
conversation, aren't
distance
they?
Anyway, Gillian.
Are you two finished chatting? Then I think it's time for you to die. We're quite busy, you know.
You ready? When I give the signal, break into the air shaft and run, and don't forget your blaster.
Metal, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Random.
Gillian! Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a chance to call in that debt you owe me.
Wait, the Nazis
Don't
lost?
worry.
I'll
We
pay
based
it
our
back
whole
to
plan
the
on
Snatchers
this.
with interest.
All right, go! Run, Gillian!
Or crawl, actually. What a hero, chat. Pour one out for him. Andy Dufresne escaped that day. Called through the 100 miles of the foulest smelling you'll
Metal,
thing you've
are you
ever...
okay? Metal, something broken?
Language circuits have been damaged somewhat.
What happened?
Random blew himself up after getting us into this air shaft.
Random.
Gillian, that explosion should have taken all of Queen's Hospital with it.
He's programmed with a
Thick
scat.
walls of this duct must have shielded us from enough of the blast.
A wire duct
If it wasn't for Random,
shielded
we
you from an
wouldn't have made
explosion.
it.
Did I hear that correctly?
Oh, Random.
Gillian, we have no time for grief
Random's
now.
VA
We
just
must get
had
back
his
to Junker
Massachusetts
headquarters as
accent
quickly
like
as
Peter
possible.
Griffin.
Harry and Mika
That
are in
Seth
danger.
MacFarlane studied animation.
You're right.
I mean, it makes sense.
And I
It
have
just
to
like
keep my promise to Random.
at times it
But
sounds
first,
really close.
we
I
have
know
to
it's not him to
figure
say
out
more.
how to get out of here.
It just feels like he's like a thinner, hotter version of Peter Griffin. A look in the darkness, huh? Can you see anything? It's completely dark in here. My optical sensors cannot function. This is no good. I can't tell anything just groping around like this. Remix that. Metal, turn your light on, will ya? I was waiting for you to ask. Let there be light. Well, let's try moving forward. There could be snatchers waiting for us. Please use extreme caution. Never understood why robots want to take over the world. If they're so smart, why not just colonize Mars or something? Well, it's a better planet. You have your choice between Earth or Mars. Why wouldn't you choose Earth? It's bigger, got water on it, hummingbirds, And a few other nice things. Let's be honest, we kind of peaked at hummingbirds. How far does this thing go? Gillian, are you sure that this thing has an exit? There's some kind of scratches here. Scratches, check them out. Looks like it continues for some distance. It's constructed quite well. There were signs that construction to reinforce it has been carried out. Mars, I assume, would have more resources. Well, it's unused, but Earth being bigger means it's going to have more. Ground. What's this? There's some sand spill here. How did that get here? Hate sand. Alright, now analyzing this sand. Iron particles, high quantities of phosphorus. This type of sand is particular to the M district in Neo Kobe. The M district, huh? Around the old factory, right? What's that mean? The scratch was caused by the scraping of a very hard claw-like object of some kind. A snatcher? Maybe they were using this as some kind of shortcut or back route. Snatcher was dragged through here. A human body would not cause such marks. So the hospital was their HQ. It's where they would go and get their skin cancer treated, since their artificial skin would usually degrade over time. Probably correct. An endostructure before the artificial skin was installed seems most likely. You can hear the sound of water flowing. Oh, I think we're back at that factory at the start of the game. We must be close to a way out of this thing. Metal, are you picking up any movement? I am afraid the shock of the explosion has damaged my motion detector. So is it working or not? I'm getting partial readings, but they are not as sensitive as they should be. If we get attacked in a narrow area like this, we've had it. Please pray for us, Gillian. We've got to make it out of here. Damn, so I have to depend on my own eyes and ears, do I? We can't go back. The way is blocked by debris. We'll move forward then. Butter-free cookie dough was a success, so what did you substitute for butter? I'm buried alive. Check real careful. There's got to be a way out of here. Both the right and left side walls of the duct have scratches on them, as if something hard had bumped into them. The snatchers, when they move through this duct, I bet. My light isn't powerful enough. It appears to continue on. I can hear water. It can't be a dead end. Reinforcing bars formed a level 4 hardness steel alloy have been installed. It's quite strong. That's what saved us. I guess we should thank them, eh? Seems that this is not just a simple air duct. Coconut oil? Hey, that'd work. For an air duct, the quantity of dust is quite low. So that means this thing is used regularly, right? Yes, there is certainly no reason why anyone would ever deliberately clean a duct like this. Achoo! Gillian, is it Snow 9? Alright, I will gather and analyze a sample of the air here. Gillian, the results are as I would have expected. Though the concentration is thin, there is definitely Snow 9 present. Snow 9, huh? Is it okay to breathe it? You will be safe at these concentrations. The further we go, the higher the concentration. It must be coming from that direction. Here's that a Snatcher is driving. Okay. There's probably a sewer or something nearby. Alright, move. Well, moving forward, but it's likely to be a dead end. And probably... Okay, You learned your max deadlift was 300 pounds and my max shoulder press was 114. Damn, that's pretty impressive. That's your max right now. You can probably do better. Just takes time. You want me to do again? You want me to click on things multiple times again? Is that what you asked of me? The Snatcher's been using it to move around. With these scratches and the presence of Snow 9, I'd say it's definite. Sure don't want to meet up with any of them in this tight spaces like this. Here's a Snatcher's strike through. Okay, yeah. Not reading anything at the moment. Look at the high concentration is. Unusual that the particular sound would be present here was no doubt brought here by someone. Oh, I gotta advance now, I see. Alright, continuing forward. Geez, this thing just keeps going. Insectors, Gillian. You've got to be kidding, not here. Shit. Oh god, when was the last time I saved? Oh no. Okay, thank god. Oh shit. Whew. You're pretty good. I'm no longer reading any motion. Well, they really built a lot of those things, don't they? That was close, Gillian. Yes, I took 3 hits back there. Those insectors must be security over this area. Means that at the end of this duct... Not reading any more motion, let's move on. Don't want to meet up with any more of those spiders. Look, a way out. We're saved, Gillian. Metal, don't lay your guard down.
What in the world?
This is part of the tube liner, the city's long-abandoned subway system.
You mean Queen's Hospital and this were connected?
Yes, it would appear that the Snatchers were using this to move from place to place. This would provide them with the perfect way to move about while still avoiding the ultraviolet rays they hate so much. We should have realized this sooner. The city is crisscrossed by the tube liner's old lines, and since they are abandoned, the Snatchers could move undetected as well.
Aha! That's how those 2 we caught a glimpse of at the abandoned factory where Gibson was killed were able to disappear so quickly. They must have used this subway.
That would appear to be correct. The tube liner passes underneath that factory site as well. That would also explain why sand from the factory was in the air duct at the hospital.
So this is the trick they were using to stay out of the sun and avoid being seen while they moved around.
Now we know why it took so long to uncover them.
All right, let's follow the subway. We should be able to get out when we get to the nearest station.
Oh, is that animation? Holy shit, how far does this bloody thing go? I didn't think this was going to be one of those type of productions. We're probably lost. Wonder where we are. This looks like one of those, like, 2D, like, horror games you sometimes find on Steam. They're, like, really simple with their, like, very close camera. If someone, like, I'm doing a very poor job of explaining the genre. But maybe someone in chat knows what I'm talking about. There's, like, a bunch of, like, 2D horror games like this. Wonder where we are. Look. Metal, can you see what's up ahead? It appears that the tunnel continues on for as far as I can see. The only sound is that of our own footsteps. Metal, can you hear any trains approaching? What are you saying, Gillian? The tube liner system has been abandoned for years. Not picking up any unusual sounds. Metal, how much further do you have to go to reach the next station? As I don't know what our exact position is, present location is, I cannot give you an accurate figure. This part of the system didn't have many stations. We'll probably have to walk quite a bit further. What part of the city is this? I believe we are probably underneath the MR district. Hey, Metal. Yes, Gillian? Nothing, just wanted to make sure you were awake. Gillian, what's wrong?
Look, Metal, light!
Yes, but this doesn't look like a station.
There's a ladder.
Where do you suppose it leads, Gillian?
I don't have the slightest, but let's climb it and see.
All right. Now climbing the ladder.
There are a lot of
We
gas
seem to have
stations and
emerged
stuff
into
to
an
make
odd
pit stops. Well, you're asking about
Wait,
something, never mind.
this room.
Oh.
It's Freddie Nielsen's bathroom. He
How
was
did that
using
ladder
this
just get
shaft
on
from
the
the
tub like
bathtub
that,
to
though?
get down into the subway. So that's how he did that.
Ah, yes. As I recall, after you disposed of Lisa, he somehow entered the apartment without using the regular entrance.
Which he accomplished by using this secret passage into his bathtub.
The bathtub must be of a double construction. The bottom is actually a lid. When they wanted to hide the passage, all they needed to do was fill the tub. And to get in and out, they would just drain the water into another tank.
Jeez. Double-bottom bathtubs? Abandoned subways? Snatchers really go out of their way to stay out of the sun.
Okay, Gillian, let's head outside.
Yeah, we really need to save after all that, though. I ain't risking that again. I'm honestly impressed that the game had a checkpoint right there. For a game like this back then, that was usually not how it would have gone. It's like, oh no, you start back where the last time you saved, mister. We ain't being merciful here. Did they ever pick up the body that was in here? These remains have been cleaned up. For that, don't you want to take a look at that map? Well, sure. A large-scale map of Moscow. Moscow. Chin Shu-O over at Queen's Hospital had a picture of St. Basil's Cathedral. Chief keeps a picture of Red Square hidden. How come everybody is such a big Moscow event? The communist robots chat. I didn't put it together until just now. They're communist robots. These days, what's going on here? Moscow seems to hold some clue to this whole thing, doesn't it? Moscow. That guy say something about it. Or the explosion. Didn't Chen Shu-O say something about achieving what was meant to be 55 years ago? In the depths of the Kremlin? Now that you mention it, this map is from exactly that era, isn't it? Moscow, 55 years ago. The key to understanding the Snatchers no doubt lies there. This has to be some meaning. I don't think they'd paste a 50-year-old map up here just as a decoration. Okay, we'll take it with you. I'll go marker and its the location of Lisa's remains were found. Not reading any movement. Damn lefty Paloshi Pinko red commie robots. The Snatchers come from the future like Terminator? No, we are already in the future. This is taking place in like 2047. No need for to them to like be time travelers too. Hey, you mean this laser beam, right? Don't break the beam, Gillian. You'll have people from headquarters all over the place. The security sensor, you know. So you gotta make sure nobody messes with the evidence after all. It's been preserved just as it was last time we were here. There's no sign that anybody else has been so sheesh. Okay, I guess we just leave. Be careful that you don't touch the tape lines. Yeah, geez, I feel like I'm breaking into the police or something. Don't cross the streams. What's that supposed to mean? So, is Mike also, can someone like type something into YouTube chat and make sure it's like not frozen on my end? We're outside of Nelson's apartment. Thank God. Now let's get back to headquarters. Who is Lisa and why is she dead? She's a snatcher and we killed her. That's why. Seems like a pretty good explanation, do you think? Oh, hey, yeah. Okay, now, okay, it's working. You guys got sleepy over there, I see. Do you need me to, like, yell and do other, like, generic streamer things to keep your interest? It's like, oh, bros, W's in chat. Oh my God, chat, did you see that? I can do it. I can do it very easily. Can I read this message? No. I am illiterate. I'm always lurking. Yeah, we've entered lurk mode. That's perfectly fine. I'm just joking, by the way. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, my stream wasn't frozen. I get paranoid, right? All streamers do. Don't cross the stream. Yeah, for some reason that joke made me think of that for some reason. Thank God. Now let's get back to Junker HQ. Yeah, we gotta take care of the chief. And by that I mean kill him. It's getting late. It is almost 11 p.m. Walking back would take far too long. We have to find some other way. Are there any taxis or something around here? Why don't we search the area? Look, there's a taxi over there. Cab is for hire. Shall we board it? Alright, let's board the taxi. We boarded the taxi. Where to, sir? This is a manned cab. I can take you anywhere you want to go. Look. Car has been modified to operate on manual only. Hey, this is a black taxi, you know. Don't be so nosy, okay? His face is concealed. Polarizing film has been placed on the rear view mirror. Come on, you know the unspoken rule. Drivers and passengers of black taxis aren't supposed to interfere with each other's business, you know. A black taxi. Driver's identification is not posted on the dashboard. Come on, you know the unspoken rule. Drivers and passengers of black taxis aren't supposed to interfere with each other's business, you know. Driver is of medium height and medium build. Come on, stop that, please. Now, where would you like to go? We're on urgent business. Get us to Junker headquarters as quickly as you can. Junker headquarters, eh? What would you want to go there for? Something going down? We're in a hurry. Is that some kind of joke, sir? You can't be serious. This is a manned taxi, you know? You can't go to the place like that. Metal, I think we picked a weird taxi. Listen, I'm a junker. Take me to Junker headquarters and do it quickly. I'm afraid not. You're going somewhere else. You want to know where that is? Where? Is he a snatcher? Straight to hell. Shouldn't shoot. Oh!
Is he dead?
He's junked now. Stubborn one, wasn't he?
Jeez. He made it through that explosion and was waiting for us out here. If those things ever get control of the city, there's no way we'll ever get it back. We've got to stop them before that.
And to do that, we have to prevent the chief from getting to the Kyoto summit.
I know. And I have to pay back my debt to Random.
Let's use this taxi to get back to Junker headquarters.
I planned on it. I just hope Mika and Harry are safe.
Metal Gear used a pun there, chat. It's the Konami building. We've arrived at Junker headquarters, or the Junker HQ as they call it here. Certainly hope Mika and Harry are safe. Alright, Metal, this is it. The final showdown. Are you ready? Let's go. This is not the end of the game, I don't believe. Now entering headquarters. Nope, I'm paying attention. I more like the noise. Makes me feel like I'm not home alone until my wife gets home from work. Oh, that's sweet of you. Hope your wife's doing well. I hope you're doing well. I don't know why I said that. Sometimes I will try to make conversation out of anything. And my go-to response is to be super positive, and I hate that sometimes. Like, you know what? It feels manipulative. I gotta stop it. I gotta be an asshole every once in a while. Like, fuck you. I hope you don't win the lottery this week. This is the lobby. What? The shutter on the reception booth is closed? Embrace the cheesy campiness, you'll feel good. I'm too cheesy, though. Hold me back. You know what people really want in a stream is toxicity and like shit posting and like drama. It appears that something attacked this place. Shutter on the reception booth is closed. So where did Mika go? It's the protective shutter over the reception booth, automatically lowered in times of danger. The emergency light is flashing on the door. Check. Oh, the headquarters have been put on emergency status. There are a few holes in the shield, no doubt caused by a blast or a cannon fire. Cannon? Then it's Snatchers who did this. Surface of the shutter shows evidence of having been struck by fire from an enemy energy weapon. Read motion, something is in the booth. Been locked from the inside. The only way to open is from the inside the booth. Can't this be opened from the outside? It has an emergency external connection port, then it can be opened from the outside. Protective shield. Slashing. Look for an external emergency connection port. Oh, we have to open this somehow. Oh, I'm trying. I've only got so many texts I can click on. Find the external connection jack. Here we are. I've located the emergency external connection port on the side of the booth. Yes, I will be able to open the shutter. Open the shutter. Stop having it be closed. Now plugging into the emergency external connection port. Releasing lock mechanism. Now opening the shutter.
All right, I'm going to open it, but please use extreme caution. Anything could be inside.
Mika, you ain't looking so good.
Mika! Mika, are you all right? Metal, how is she?
Her pulse is normal. The only external injuries are to her forehead, and they are not serious. There's been no significant blood loss.
Mika, come on, snap out of it. It's me, Gillian.
Gillian? Gillian.
Mika, what happened?
Gillian, the chief. The chief is a Snatcher.
So he's finally shown his true colors.
Harry's...
What's happened to Harry?
Harry put me in the pod and sealed the main door. He locked the Snatcher in.
That was smart. Not even a Snatcher can get through this shield.
So where's Harry?
Is Mika a Snatcher?
He
She's
said
bleeding
keep the door
red,
sealed
not
no matter
green,
what
so
happens
seems
in
like a
there.
good sign.
And then he went in. Gillian, please help him.
Harry! Mika, open the door. I'm going in.
Do you know there are women who do sheer top videos where you can
Metal,
see
we're
full
going
titty?
in. Be careful. That Snatcher
I
could
have
be
heard
hiding
about this
anywhere.
trend on YouTube,
Yes,
and
sir.
I don't know how they're getting away with it.
Gillian, please be careful.
It's basically
the chief
like
is very cunning.
straight up
Don't
nudity
let your
on
guard
YouTube.
down.
They're like
Don't
softcore
worry.
porn.
I'll watch myself in there.
But I guess they found a loophole for the time being. Did I hear of Roger Corman's passing? Yeah, I actually talked about that to a friend last night. I've only ever seen a few of his movies, and I'm more interested in the story of how he's like the king of B movies. But I learned about him years ago. Oh no, Harry, that'll look like a healable wound. I'm afraid. We're in the main hallway. What's this? Someone is down. That hat, Harry.
Harry!
Oh, Gillian, is that you? I'm getting old. Just look at me.
What happened?
I saw the chief messing with your turbo cycle. And that weird picture in his office.
Metal, how is he? Metal!
I do not wish to say.
Really that bad, huh?
Late stage capitalism
Gillian.
means the video platforms are going to sway in the
Gillian,
TOS
when I
enforcement. I don't think
confronted
this is
him
TOS
about
enforcement. I
what
think they
I
just found a
saw,
loophole since they're just doing
he
clothing
showed me
videos
what
and they're
he
just
really
like
was.
transparent clothing.
I was barely able to even scratch him.
That's enough, Harry. I understand. Metal, is there anything we can do for him?
Gillian, I'm sorry.
Harry, you'll be okay. Doesn't look like you're hurting too bad. This'll work out perfect.
Nice lie,
You
Gillian. There's
always
blood
working
everywhere.
too hard
They
anyway.
shot
Why
out
don't you
all
take
of his
a nice
blood.
long vacation somewhere and rest up?
Yeah, sure. Nice try, Gillian, but it's my body. I know I ain't gonna make it. You were a good kid, Gillian.
Harry!
I don't know how to say this right, but I've always had a special feeling about you. I've always had trouble talking to people since I was little, like my father. What I can remember of him.
Pulse and blood pressure falling.
Harry, hang in there. You and I were gonna go out and tie one on, remember?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You, me, and Jean, the three of us.
But John is...
Metal, quiet!
Gillian, I've lived my life alone. I didn't know my parents or family. Always so stubborn, glued to my research. I never really...
This is like a
trusted
3-time
anybody.
Nobel Prize winner, by the way. This is like a
That
true loss
was
for the
a
world.
Mistake.
Blood pressure continuing to fall.
Harry?
After Jean died, I felt it. Human warmth, companionship.
I know what you mean.
Gillian, I just wanted to get along with everybody. I don't need no Nobel Prize. For 50 years, I've been searching, trying to find something
I'm
I
to say
lost.
I love you, Gillian.
Looks like I'll never find it now.
Gillian, he's about...
Looks like I've been talking too much. It's up to
My
you
mouth's
now,
filling with
Gillian.
red jelly.
I'm finished. You won't forget this, old grouch, will you?
Harry!
Gillian, you've got to believe in yourself. You're...
Did you leave? No,
you're-
this beeping makes me think someone's left their car
you're
door
the
open.
last junker.
Or like they started their car without, putting their seatbelt on.
Harry!
Many different
Harry!
beats, chat.
Pulse 0. Pupils are dilated.
Cunningham!
Oh, that's
No!
a good yell.
Snatcher! I'll get you for this!
We have no time for grieving. That Snatcher is still hiding somewhere here in headquarters.
Metal.
Good thing
Listen
only
to me.
2 people work here
That
besides the Snatcher.
Gets me. You've got to take Mika
The
and
body
run.
count would be so much higher.
You've got to blow up Junker headquarters. Blow it sky high.
Whoa,
You
that's a little bit of
understand
a... Whoa, what?
Yes, sir. I just hope it doesn't come to
We're
that.
blowing up the
So,
building? We
where
could
should
just
we
go
start
kill
our
him.
search?
We've shot him in the head before. No. Go to blow it. Destroy this building in the middle of the city. That's a rational thing to do. It's just like, where'd that come from? No, we're blowing the shit out of this skyscraper. Fuck it. So, okay, Gilead, calm down. Gilead, calm down. You don't know what you're going to do doing that. He's not mentally all there. Not anymore, he isn't. Alright, let's go to the chief's office, maybe. This is the chief's office. What, in a place like this? Alright, I'll check it out now. Please be careful. What? Oh, sorry, nothing there. Under the sofa. I will check it out now. Are you ready? What? Oh, sorry, nothing there. Under desk. Check it out now. Are you ready? Nothing unusual there. They're the only ones investigating on any motion detector. Don't find any sign of the Snatcher. What about Mika though? Yeah, I guess, what about her? Oh man, maybe we can finally take that poster. It's engineering. But the only place one could hide in this room is here, right? We'll check it out now. Here, are you ready? Nothing there. Alright, now investigating. Whoa, sorry, nothing there. Under the desk. Alright, I'll check it out now. No Snatchers here. We have any motion engineering. There is no reading my movement sensor is functioning properly. Ceiling fan is the only thing moving. Alright, detective room. You saw a robot, you clicked a robot. This is an excellent robot game. If you can put up with a adventure game. This is the detective's room. Snatcher does not seem to be around. I'll be the, what we gotta search for. Alright, just checking the locker. Nope. Now please be careful, no Snatchers here. What? Oh, nothing there. It feels like Metal Gear is always trying to fake you out like you discovered something. Which rings the detective's room. There's no reading my movement sensors functioning normally. Alright, moving on. Shooting range. Look. Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. There's a good chance it's hiding in there somewhere. I will check it out now. You're nothing usual. Yeah, of course not. I think it's going to be in the computer room. Or the Wikipedia computer. We gotta go protect it. Alright. Computer room it is. I should probably save first. Before anything happens. Might not get another beneficial checkpoint like last time. Chat, this game really wears out my throat because of all the talking and reading I gotta do. You can probably hear it. Like, I get raspier by every, 30-minute section. Motion detector. Press for any motion in the computer room metal. There is no reading. Movement sensor is functioning properly. Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. I know something that can wear out your throat even quicker. Don't finish that thought. And don't you even imagine doing it to me. Alright, let's check it out. What? Nothing there. Alright, nothing usual there. Yeah, this is really... We really suck at searching. Taking another look, but can't find any sign of the Snatcher. No time for that. We must find the Snatcher as quick... I thought we were blowing up the building. Alright, maybe back in the hallway. Oh, the rooms, where could it be? Let's go through all the rooms one more time. Oh, come on. Harry's body's the only thing around. Just wait here a little longer, Harry. I'll get that bastard for you. Harry's body is way left. There's no sign that it's been disturbed. Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. Damn, that Snatcher. Where could it have gone? No way, don't read any movement. Alright, let's check all the rooms again, per the game's instructions. Gotta snatch that Snatcher. I have already made that joke. And I feel bad that anyone else would think of it. What's this? There's something on the desk. Blood? There's some kind of stain on the desktop. It's blood. There's a pool of blood on the desktop. It appears the blood is dripping from the ceiling. The ceiling. Why don't we investigate the ceiling? Blood. How'd we miss that? Cunningham.
The lighting control system has been destroyed. Master, motion readings increasing.
Is he trying to run?
Motion readings have vanished.
You got
We're about
past
to
me
kill
this
our
time,
boss, by the
Snatcher.
way.
Headquarters emergency lighting has been activated.
Can we find him again?
We should go after him immediately.
We'll find him. We know he's somewhere inside headquarters.
The Snatcher has been wounded. We should look for traces of blood.
Snatcher must be in a different room. Alright, let's do the user engineering then. Poor peripheral vision, huh? That's the engineering, search. Kinda hard to look for blood when everything is red, though. Wait, bloodstain. Cannot locate any signs of blood. Technically, your boss is dead in the basement. Well, true. But technically, we've never known that guy either. So our only boss has ever been the Snatcher. It's the detective's room. Cannot locate any signs of blood. Shooting range. Is this supposed to be technically to a reference to the final showdown in Bladerunner? It might be what inspired it. Footstep. I cannot locate any signs of blood. No Snatcher there. No Snatchers. There are no traces of the Snatcher's blood in this area. Snatcher's wounded, there must be blood somewhere. Well, I know where there's lots of blood, actually. Damn, where is it hiding? There's no way for it to get out of the headquarters. Still some rooms we haven't checked. I checked all the rooms. What are you talking about? Oh no, the front. You never know. The main door was sealed off when we came in. We checked and double-checked everywhere else. Let's go take a look.
The main door has been opened. Did Mika open it?
Wait, Mika's not in the pod. What happened?
The lighting has been disconnected.
Don't move, Seed.
Cunningham, is that you?
I read motion. He is definitely in here.
Where are you? Show yourself.
Oh.
I'm right here. I don't need to run or hide from you.
Where'd you get those S&M mule manacles at?
Mika!
No, Gillian, don't move. It's a trap.
A hostage? You cowardly scum! Mika, why did you open the entrance?
I don't know. I was really scared. I mean, the emergency light's coming on so suddenly.
Seed, go ahead and shoot. But you'd better be a pretty good shot, or this kid goes home in a bag.
Shoot, Gillian. Kill this thing. Don't worry about me.
Mika!
What are you going to do?
I have you now, Junker.
Hey, don't lean that down over there. He's like sniffing the booty over there. Sorry, this gives a bad impression.
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated.
Mika, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Harry? I got him. Random?
Now let's blow up
Sorry
the building.
it took so long, but this ought to make us even.
Junker? You may have stopped me, but
Mortis.
it's not over yet.
Gillian, this is just residual energy feedback. Its power levels are dropping rapidly.
Queen's Hospital was nothing more than a maintenance facility. We have comrades operating throughout the city, more than you can imagine. Now our plans will move into Phase 2. For that, we will enlist the help of Professor Lorraine.
Why are you telling me that?
Your existence is meaningless, as long as you don't get your memory back. Good
Oh, he is just giving everything away, isn't he? That's about shapeshifters where they just wear human skin and pretend to be other people. So technically they are.
Harry. Why? Please tell me.
The bullet made him
Why do
glitch.
so many good people have to die?
Are these supposed to be communist
Mika.
turned? They're all from
This is
Russia,
all
so yeah.
wrong.
Mika, don't worry. I won't let anybody else die. I've made a promise to Harry and Random. But the city is still full of Snatchers. This fight is just beginning.
Can I play Dark Seed 1 and 2? Possibly at some point. I know about those games. I've seen like Retsu Prey play them.
Gillian, I have an urgent video call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I've got my memory back. I remember everything.
Oh,
Your
that's
memory.
convenient.
So what about us, Jamie? Who are we?
Gillian, it's terrible. What we've done.
Jamie, what's wrong?
I can't tell you something like this over the video phone. I would have been better off never remembering.
Okay, Jamie, calm down. I'll head out right now. Where are you? Is it snowing?
I'm sorry, Gillian. I can't tell you. They've taken our boy hostage.
Our boy? Who?
Professor Modner is here too.
Jamie, what are you talking about?
I'm so sorry.
Snatcher!
Why'd they let you call them?
Gillian!
We have Professor Lorraine. We only require her cooperation for a short period here at the Kremlin. So for now, I suggest you avoid doing anything foolish, Professor Seed.
I want at one point these Snatchers to start slob squatting. Act 2. End. Would you like to say what has happened up to this point? Yes, I think I would. Chad, what do you think about those reveals, huh? Good, bad, or Kojima? That's right. Kojima transcends good or bad. He's something altogether himself. Wait, didn't I not just save? Excuse me.
With the start of this year's Kyoto Summit just 3 hours away, the delegates from the participating countries are beginning to arrive at the conference center. A major poll of domestic and international opinion, carried out just last week, shows that the vast majority of respondents favor a complete quarantine of Neo Kobe as a means to combat the risk of the Snatcher menace.
Now that the Chief's death has been confirmed, it won't be long before they strip us of our Junker authorization.
They will be deciding how to handle Neo Kobe at the summit in just 3 hours.
There are rumors that they're going to use nukes on the city to make sure the Snatchers are wiped
Jeez.
That's ridiculous. Come on, this is the
Like, yeah,
21st
nuke it.
century.
Kill
May not be as
millions.
improbable as it seems. The world's leaders are extremely concerned about the Snatcher problem.
out. The Chief was going to calm this hysteria in his speech at the summit, but
That's an
that'll never
escalation
happen
I've ever
now.
heard one.
3 months ago, government pressure on Junker operations increased dramatically. Gillian's transfer here was really our last chance.
Our own chief was snatched. It's not too surprising they don't want to trust us anymore.
I've heard that the Army and FBI are going to take over operations now.
The FBI, but this is
That's correct.
Japan.
That too will be officially decided
How would
in
the
3
FBI
hours'
take over?
time.
3 hours, eh? Is there any way we can find their hideout in that time?
If we don't, we and everybody else in this
Kill
city are
millions to
finished.
stop dozens. Well, they
As
have a
far as
plan
they're
of global
concerned,
domination.
we're just like a cancerous tumor that has to be cut out.
Act
We
2 is
have to hit
originally
the
where the
Snatcher's headquarters
PC-88
before
version
then.
ended. Kojima
Gillian,
wanted to make a
can you do
sequel,
it?
but he was only
If
able
we
to add
only
Act
knew
3
where it
in
was,
PC. Oh,
I
that's
should be able to
interesting.
manage
It's
something.
a really, like, bad ending. I mean, like,
Hitting their
weird place to end it,
outposts
too.
like Queen's Hospital won't do any good. We have to find their main nerve center.
So,
What about the memory
first
of that
version of the game came out
Snatcher
in
who was impersonating
1988.
the
This
chief?
one came out in 1993,
Just
so it
like
took
the
them
others,
quite a
it
few
was
years to finish this
completely
game.
blanked. It's a form of self-destruct mechanism that they use.
Wait a minute. Metal, what about tracing that video phone call from Jamie?
It was no good. The call didn't last long enough. Still, it definitely did come from within the city.
Damn. Where are they hiding?
Gillian, can't you remember anything at
Roblox.
all?
Fuck
Didn't
yeah.
Jamie
Snatchers.
say something that
Fuck yeah.
implied you were
Sexily.
somehow
Fuck
connected to the
yeah.
Snatchers?
Nothing. I can't remember a damn thing. Metal, I want you to tell me everything you know about me. Why was I sent to Junker headquarters? Where did I come from?
Gillian,
Metal, the chief's dead. Tell me everything you know about me.
well, you see...
Metal!
All right. With the chief gone, you are the highest ranking officer here.
You knew all along?
Of course.
Where were we rescued from?
3 years ago, you and Jamie were taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. More precisely, you were discovered in cryogenic sleep pods in an underground bunker near Moscow.
Cryogenic sleep pods? You mean they were frozen?
This is a
It's
photograph
sounding a
of the
lot like
bunker.
Fallout.
There is no record of when you were placed there. In addition, the third pod was empty at the time you were discovered.
There were 3 pods?
You were revived and taken into custody by the army. Apparently, as a result of the extended sleep, both of you suffered from complete amnesia. However, another theory suggests your memories may have been intentionally erased. This is the only piece of evidence found
Wait,
at the site.
that... Oh, no.
That's Harry's picture, from when
Harry
he
was
a
our
kid.
son.
That's correct. Harry is Gillian and Jamie's son. It's been confirmed by DNA tests.
Harry? Harry was my son?
Using the information gained from the photo, it was established that you are Gillian Seed and your wife, Jamie Lorraine. Both of you are American citizens, born in the late 1960s.
The 1960s?
Damn, we looking good for
In
19, for like
addition,
100 years
both
old
of you
almost.
vanished without a trace in 1989. There is no other information available about you after that.
1989?
Yes, you come from a world that's been gone for 50 years.
But what does that have to do with the Snatchers?
When the 17th Special Investigative Force was bringing the two of you out, there was an accident. Though the two of you were all right,
He's a
most
boomer.
of the 17th was killed. One of them was a
That would
Snatcher.
explain his attitude
Of course,
toward
before
women,
their
wouldn't it?
departure, they
He's
all
been a
underwent
boomer this
thorough
entire time. No
examinations.
wonder he's just so inconsiderate.
If one of them was snatched,
It had to be somewhere in Siberia, right?
that's correct. And in order to attempt to determine the origin of the Snatcher, as well as your true identities, you were assigned to Junker headquarters. The hope was that exposure to the Snatchers would help you regain your memories.
Moscow? 50 years ago?
Almost everyone who was in Moscow at the time was killed in the catastrophe.
So Gillian and Jamie are the only living witnesses?
Harry. Harry was my son. Did he know?
No, it was highly classified information. He was never told.
I
Can't believe Todd Howard
I was
ripped off
never able to
Kojima.
do
Yeah, we got
anything for him.
synths. We got like our son was like
Wait a
cryogenically
minute,
frozen and
Gillian.
woken up
Didn't
before
Jamie
us.
say something
It
about
really is
taking
just
a
like
boy
Fallout 4
hostage?
Squad.
That's right. They must know about Harry and are using him to threaten her.
We have to find their headquarters quickly.
We've only got 3 hours.
Gillian, let's think this all through again. We may get some kind of a hint out of it.
You're right. There may be some clue in the way they're operating.
All right, let's go over what we know about them.
First of all, what's the Snatcher's weak point? Infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, sun rays, cold, ultraviolet rays. This is the Snatcher's weak point. That's correct. Their weak point is their defective artificial skin. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays causes mutations in the melanocytes in the stratum basal of their skin, which become cancerous. Specifically, long ultraviolet rays in the 250 to 350 nanometer range is responsible for causing the cancer. You know what? This just means that the Snatchers are redheads. I didn't really realize it before. That's all you gotta look for. That's right. And that's the reason that they are so limited as to when they can be out. We always had our suspicions, chat. Does giving the robots cancer kill them? No, they just... the cancer only affects their artificial skin, not the rest of their body, which is all robotic. Just means that they didn't get it treated, they'd be like outed as like a... You'd be able to tell that, hey, this guy's skin's falling off over here. He might be a Snatcher. They only come out at night in the middle of the winter and wear sunscreen even then. That's a method that Gene used to figure out what the Snatchers were up to. How ironic, it turns out that the destruction of the ozone layer... Ooh, that dates this game. Ooh, that's a date. That's a 1990s HBO topic right there. But you know, it's all about climate change now, buddy. Ozone layer actually had a benefit for us humans. He's going to talk about acid rain next, maybe. That's right. Now, what method were they using to move and be able to avoid ultraviolet rays? Why am I being given a test to find out if I've been paying attention? Avoid ultraviolet rays and sunlight at the same time. And what method were they using to move and be able to... Oh, the turbos, no, the underpass, the highway, black taxis. I mean, I think they've been using black taxis, but turbo cycle, no, the highway, underpass, black taxi. This is the method of movement that the Snatchers were using. Think carefully about it before you answer, Gillian. Gillian, don't mess around. Underpass. Captain Planet, that's right. They were using the abandoned tunnels of the old tube liner system to get from place to place. You literally wear sunscreen every day, man, as you should. The OG climate. Well, technically we did like actually manage to put together like an international effort to like get those chemicals out of the products that were actually depleting the ozone layer. So that is kind of why it became an issue we no longer talk about. That's how we were able to move around without being noticed. Lucky's a Snatcher. We always had our suspicions. Nielsen's apartment, the old factory, Queen's Hospital, all of their hideouts were connected by the tube liner. So maybe there's a tunnel under their main base as well. There's a good chance of that. Next, what phenomenon was always observed at any location where Snatchers appeared, including the underpass tunnels? Hiccups. This is the phenomenon you're talking about. Think carefully about it before you answer, Gillian. That can't be it. Wait. Oh. Why did I even pick hiccup? I knew it was sneeze. You're a Snatcher. Sexily. Sexily. For those of you who like the sexily joke, it's brought to you by the Redis GameSense video up on Patreon. On Stellar Blade. If you'd like to see it, there's a link up in the chat and down below. This is the phenomenon you're talking about. That's right. And what was the cause of the sneezing? Snow 9. This is the reason for the sneezing. You're correct. The sneezing was caused by the presence of the allergen Snow 9. Snow 9 is an artificial form of pollen developed by the military, and its presence is limited to certain regions. They were using it to interfere with radio transmissions and keep people away. They probably were producing it intentionally themselves. Only regions of the city where Snow 9 is still present are areas around the Ina River. It has been cleared out of other areas because of the danger it represents. That means that their base must be somewhere near the Ina River, right? That is a fair conclusion. Probably somewhere near the Ina River, protected by the Snow 9. Accessible to the tube liner and near the Ina River. We must not forget the 3 photographs that we found the Snatchers with. All of them were related to the Soviet Union before the catastrophe. Metal Gear. Whatever, the map on the wall of Nielsen's apartment. Picture the temple and the director's office at Queen's Hospital. Photo of the red square hidden in the chief's office. Why do the Snatchers keep pictures and memorabilia like this? They're tankies is why, alright? They're all about the old Das Vidania. Like the glory to communist Russia, alright? That's all there is. Only people will keep these kind of memorabilia. Maybe they're homesick. Maybe that's where they come from. Homesick? Get serious, Mika. They're robots, you know. Let's analyze this a little closer. What city is located related to all three of these pictures? Moscow, Moscow. This is the city they have in common. It's correct, it's Moscow. Moscow must be where they come from. That must be the basis of their programming. You might be right. Just as people have a hometown that is dear to them, their creators may have put a hometown in their programming. They use very advanced artificial intelligence systems, so they may have needed something like that to maintain their emotional balance. You know what? Considering how good we're getting with AI these days, maybe they want to try this idea. Give like the AI like I believe it has a hometown somewhere. Yeah, they were born out of nothing, but they needed to give them some kind of image as an emotional base. So Moscow is their creator and their home. And the place that they found Jamie and I.
In other words, this homing instinct thing of
Wait,
theirs
since like
has led them to set up their headquarters in
since
some
like
place that reminds them
Gillian
of home,
and his wife
or
were
their
found
creator.
in Moscow, Russia,
What part of this
and they were
city is
put
like
there in like the
Moscow?
1980s.
Moscow's really cold,
Wouldn't that
right?
mean these two
They get a lot of
themselves were
snow,
probably
don't
likely
they?
communist supporters?
Snow?
They're working in
No
Russia
snow
for
has
something?
been recorded in Neo Kobe in several years.
Well, then
Are
that's
we a
not it.
communist?
Wait, what about that pollen? That crystal bioengineered stuff, Snow 9.
Now that you mention it, wasn't it snowing on Jamie's video phone call?
That's right. Their hideout has to be somewhere close to the Ina River.
The Ina River flows for miles around here, Gillian. We could never search it all in time.
Gillian, let's look at a map of the areas investigated so far.
Only Snatchers are communists
This is
in
an
the world.
enlarged view of the southwest portion of the city around the Ina River. This blue area is that in which Snow 9 is present. Now I'll superimpose a chart of the abandoned tube liner tunnels. From this we can establish those areas with Snow 9, which are accessible by subway tunnel.
Damn. Nice try, but it's still too large. We could never cover it in 3 hours.
Don't give up so fast, Gillian. What about that image of home thing we were talking about? Maybe there's some kind of geographic similarity. Maybe the same view can be seen or something.
I'll display a map of Moscow alongside.
What's this?
This is incredibly stupid.
Look, the rivers are exactly the same shape.
This is the Moscow River over here.
It looks like we're on the right track, Metal. Show us the location that Jamie and I were picked up from.
All right, right here.
Metal, before the catastrophe, what was at this location?
The headquarters for the entire Soviet Union, the Kremlin.
The Kremlin? That Snatcher said something about taking Jamie to
This
their
is
Kremlin.
slowly turning into a Metal Gear
Metal,
game.
what spot in Neo Kobe would match up with the location of Moscow's Kremlin?
Calculating. This is the spot. It's presently occupied by an old church. It's rather large, but reports indicate it's been abandoned for nearly 20 years.
And it's right in the middle of the Snow 9 and subway area.
That's it! That's their headquarters, their new Kremlin.
Gillian, let's go!
Wait, Gillian. I want to go with you.
Sorry, Mika.
Hey, I'm a junker too, you know.
I know, and you're a great one at that.
So take me with you then.
You head to the summit to warn the delegates. They haven't given up, you know.
The summit's in Kyoto. I'm
Oh,
not going to be
Gillian,
the
take
only
me
one
with
to
you.
run.
You've got to convince them not to use nukes on Neo Kobe.
We found their
Millions
hideout.
must
There's
die.
no need now to sink the whole island.
Yes, but...
It's a tough job. Can you
In
do
Moscow.
it?
Okay, Gillian. I'll do what I can.
Thanks. Thank you, Mika.
Don't say
Mika's
it,
the only
okay?
other. Yeah, this the
Let's go,
entire
Gillian.
skyscraper had 4 people working out of it.
Gillian?
Yes?
Uh...
What's wrong?
How about dinner sometime?
A merry
Dinner?
Yeah, you know.
I just watched
dinner.
my son die.
Mika.
Not interested. I thought it would be nice, you know, to kick back, relax. It's Christmas after all.
Christmas, huh? I'll be back by then.
Gillian, we have to hurry.
That's a promise, right? I heard you.
But
Yeah.
we're married.
Okay. But I
We
gotta
just
go to
completely
church
forgot
first.
about we held our dying
see you
son in
soon,
our
then.
arms.
Okay, Metal, let's go.
Was it all the harassment that turned you on so much? This is the last turbo cycle. Well, Gillian, we are heading into the bottom of the 9th. Alright, I'll save everything that has happened up until now. Which file number would you like to save it in? We'll go for 2. You know what? Should we go ahead and finish this game tonight? I'd like to continue to play. I'm assuming Act 3 is kind of short. The spare turbo cycle has not been painted, but that does not affect its locomotive function. You think we can? I mean, this is the final part of it. You got 20 minutes to midnight. I mean, I can go over if I need to. I'm just wondering how much of the game is left. Because this is like the final location, so I'm assuming we're not going to be doing any traveling more after that. I'd say let's do it. I need to get playing something else tomorrow. And also, among other things, we boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Of course, I know the answer to that question. The church.
I've input the map data on the Kremlin's locations. Lift off.
Act 3 is indeed pretty short. Thank you for telling me that, actually. So yeah, we're just going to finish tonight.
Flight configuration. Now gaining altitude.
Jamie, please be safe.
How big is your chest, man?
Gillian, please keep in mind that we're
That
working
dude has
with
like got a
strict time
barrel
limit.
hidden under that jacket.
A 50-year debt in 3 hours. Snow!
Snow 9 to be specific. We've entered the Snow 9 region. Please put on your breathing filter. Direct inhalation is dangerous.
All right.
Radio transmissions will also be impossible from this point on. Understood?
Sleepover stream, that's a nice way of putting it.
Now descending. Conversion to hover configuration complete. Gillian, we've arrived.
Exit the turbo cycle. You know, in hindsight, we should have been able to figure this out way easier. Because it literally is like, oh, it's a Russian cathedral. You've arrived at the church. Can't be too many of those in Japan. Wow, now that I know why they call it the Kremlin. The very old church, it bears quite a resemblance to St. Vassal's Cathedral. No doubt they thought the same too. It appears to be snow, but it's actually Snow 9, but try to avoid inhaling any of it directly. Surrounded by a large grove of tall cedar trees, is likely to just keep about anybody away. Given the season, a few Christmas lights would really liven up the scene. Building is about 50 years old, but appears very well maintained. So where's the entrance? On the front side of the building. This is definitely Snow 9. Sensor scan reveals that a two-blinder tunnel passes directly underneath this area. That's no surprise, looks like we've got the right place. Not showing anything out of the ordinary. The only sound is that of the wind.
Alright, now opening the door.
What's wrong? Won't open?
I've scanned it, and it's not locked. It is probably rusted into place.
Not surprising. After all, our friends always go in and out through the basement.
Let's push it together.
All right. 1, 2, 3!
That got it.
What's this? Would appear to be some kind of a chapel for the Snatchers. Snatch Church. Are you telling me those things pray to whom? No doubt to their creator. That portrait on the wall is probably a representation of him. Who dat? This person is no doubt the one the Snatchers worship as their creator. He looks very, how would you describe this guy, Chad? Is this where Vicious is keeping faith? I think so. This guy, isn't that random? Yeah. Tommy Sephiroth. I'm waiting, Cloud, for you to seize the means of production. So random, huh? One moment, I'll compare the picture with my data on random. While that facial bone structure, the individual in the portrait is nearly identical to that of random, a positive identification is impossible as the picture is not a photograph. That just looks too much like him to be a coincidence. These are the chairs for worshippers in the chapel, no doubt. Everything is nice and orderly, as if the pre-collapsed Soviet Union has been recreated here. Join the motherland, Cloud. Something is written on the painting, the creator, Modnar. So this is Professor Modnar, the one the Snatcher was talking about, eh? Appears to be a portrait of that person. Based on the condition of the paints and canvas, I would say that this portrait was painted over 50 years ago. There are a number of scratches on the surface. They were most certainly caused by the Snatchers. A very heavy object appears to have been placed here. It is structurally damaged. It's all very organized, almost inhumanly so. There is another room further back. Decorations do not appear to be those of a church. There's no litter or garbage anywhere. It's almost too clean. Monar equals random. You're right. It's an anagram. Motion detector. I'm not picking up anything large movement signals. So have they already left for the summit? Listen. Full air is exceptionally quiet. Continue about it. Now moving into the back room. Oh. Well, that was pretty easy to find. Nothing, no security. Snatchers. Look at them all. I'm not picking up any energy readings. They're all deactivated. Some kind of suspension mode. So this is their warehouse, eh? There must be a few hundred of them here. They continue all the way back. Still, this doesn't look like a factory to me. Kojima never change? He definitely changes. You can definitely see like an overall change in structure, how he makes things over the years. But he always keeps that weird ivory details of his. These are endo structures which have yet to have the artificial skin installed. The bone sizing devices and skull slits are all still set to the small sizes. Pissed off blonde effeminate Miller from Metal Gear Solid 5. That's what he reminded you of? So their victims haven't been chosen yet. They're all just waiting their turn. Almost look as if they could spring to life any moment. This many Snatchers would all start moving at the same time. There's little we could do. There seem to be a number of containers stacked up at the back of the room. What about the size of these containers? Volume of these containers could be just perfect for shipping one of these Snatchers. This is no doubt how they got here. Catholic Sephiroth. Take communion, Cloud. These are endo structures of all shipped in this container. None of these Snatchers appear damaged. All they need is their energy packs. The gender units have yet to be installed, however. The gender units. They gotta install the old boobs and vagine on these things, among other parts. I do not see any tools or equipment for maintaining anything in this area. This room could appear to be just a storage area. There's some kind of label here. 23rd Siberian Investigative Force. What happened to the Part 2 live stream of Resident Evil 1 Remake? Oh, I've unlisted most of the live streams on YouTube because it's apparently not a good idea to leave live streams there for YouTube to recommend for people if you want people to watch your produced videos. However, you can still watch them. You just have to go through the live stream playlist on the front page of YouTube, on my front page channel. There's like a live stream playlist you can find there. And that's where you can like search through to find any like stream you want to watch. You can also check them in on Twitch. They're available on Twitch as well for a couple months. And I have a stream archive channel on YouTube where I archive all of my old streams. So rest assured, any stream you want to watch is preserved. It's just that they're unlisted and because of YouTube's stupidity. It doesn't give you an option to like leave them on the live stream page but not have them be recommended to people. It would appear that these snatchers were brought to Neo Kobe from the Siberian Neutral Zone. Seems that the investigative forces have been responsible for shipping the snatchers. And in other words, the investigative forces have been snatched, just like they found us. I see, so the Siberian investigative forces bring the snatchers out of Siberia and into storage here. I think you're right, Metal. And then the snatchers just wait here in storage to be reactivated and adjusted after their victims are selected. Rather efficient system. I wonder where the actual snatching takes place. The back part of this room may hold the answer to that question. Unlike the chapel, there are some scraps and dust on the floor here. And there's definitely... What else up here? I can detect traces of contaminants unique to the region on the containers. I'm not reading anything at all. Listen. Just us and the wind, that's all I can hear. Now let's save the game. Can you organize a live stream playlist? Because it has got to be a bitch to scroll down to a vid you want to see. The organization is just like basically it's based on date, so it'll always be like the day, it's based one stream after the next. But unfortunately, that's how a playlist works. I hate it too, but leaving the live streams up like I was probably definitely hurting the channel. Like I want YouTube to recommend my games and videos, not my live streams. And YouTube tends to treat a live stream, a VOD, after the stream is over exactly like it's a video. But most people are not going to click on one of those videos when they get recommended it to them. So that's the reason almost every YouTuber who does live streams, except for like dedicated streaming channels, always unlist their live streams. And just YouTube will it can sort of screw you over. So sadly, I can't just leave them up. But if you always want to watch the streams, like I said, there's Twitch and there's also my stream archive. If you don't want to go through the trouble of looking through like the live stream playlist. Sad. Well, I know. I hate it too, but I didn't want to do that. It just seemed like it was a bad idea to leave them up like that because YouTube just keeps recommending them instead of my games and videos. What I should probably do is start up a separate channel on YouTube directly for me to stream on YouTube instead of this one, maybe. Okay. The Snatcher's culturing room. The mechanism is operating. Gillian, there are Snatchers with their artificial skin already installed here. The Snatch
This is
process.
where they fuse the artificial skin onto the Snatcher's endostructure.
I could use the Dartigan stream archive stream. Actually, I can't because that channel's unmonetized and I can't monetize it.
Is to be snatched. The Snatcher's overall shape and size can be adjusted by expansion or contraction of sizing rods. Their sex is controlled by gender units, which are installed at this point. Then, the face is modified to match the intended victim by adjusting the size of the upper and
Otherwise, yeah, it would make perfect sense to like put them there.
and tooth alignment.
Just like Gibson said, that means there are limits to the size of the people that they can snatch.
That's right. The limits of the mechanism mean that they can't snatch children, the elderly, or people who are very tall or heavy. And this is where
I'm
the
safe,
artificial
chat.
muscles attach.
Is it organic?
I'm 6'1",
No,
remember?
it appears to be coated with a type of plastic gel capable of mechanical response.
You making your
Like
videos,
human
you
muscles,
crack me
it
up.
creates
I watched the
mechanical
first
energy
part of the
through
Resident Evil 1
chemical
remake.
And this
You
is
got
where the
killed by the
artificial skin is
Crimson Head,
attached.
and I started eating
In order to prevent
Chris
the
eating off
synthetic
his.
cells developed using
I'm glad you like the streams and the videos,
biotechnological
man.
design techniques
But
from
yeah.
rejecting the inorganic material below.
Hope,
They attach it
sad,
gradually
you know,
over
but
a
they're still
number of
there if you want to
days.
watch them. They're not deleted.
And this is
They're
the stuff
unlisted.
that gets cancer if they stay out in the sun too long.
But
Finally,
I'll have a
they
new
attach
GameSim
body
video
and
for
scalp
everyone
hair.
tomorrow.
The process involves
Or tonight if you want to watch it on
transplanting
Patreon.
hair follicles as well, so the hair will grow back
It's the
if
uncensored
lost.
version on Patreon
What
as
about
well.
scars or birthmarks?
You hear me say things like
It
tits
would
and
appear
ass.
that they make those adjustments at this point in the process, as they would for wrinkles to simulate age.
How would that work with YouTube memberships? They can't transfer them to different channels? True, but most of the memberships I have on YouTube are from like gift memberships, not people buying them individually. So most of them are not gonna like just keep going anyways. But like I said, it's just like something I could consider in the future. I don't know if I want to right now. It might actually be a better idea for like, that way the growth of that channel could be solely stream related. And only the people who want to watch it could go there. There are other people, other YouTubers that have dedicated YouTube streaming channels for that reason. Some people on YouTube really like to separate have an individual channel for like YouTube VOD, or YouTube videos, for streams, and for shorts, I've noticed. There's another Patreon perk along with toe beans. Yeah, I actually have been taking photographs of my cat for the the best shots of my cat for the past weeks, so I'm thinking like maybe next week I'll be doing the next Only Cats Seal photobomb and posting pictures of Dex, along with the video Q&A I'm doing. And I'm also going to be working on the Silent Hill 3 video and having that out next week. Let's see. You remember when they were called sponsorships? Yeah, but I don't do sponsorships. And you should congratulate me on that fact. That's right, blow some smoke up my ass for doing a good thing. It appears that the weak ultraviolet rays are being projected from above. This is really advanced, way beyond anything it's just ultraviolet lamps, dude, ain't that advanced. The whole area is protected as a clean room. There is a door at the far end of the room. There is no sound except for the soft bubbling of the liquid in the cylinders. Weak ultraviolet rays are being projected. Okay. So they're getting a nice tan. Night, Alf. Have fun at the hotel. Oh, Puff. Have a good night, Puff. Use to culture the Indo structures. Okay, alright. Door. A small metal door with a doorknob attached. There's no sound except for this. Okay, look. Installed in each preservation cylinder. Terminal. Power is on. Look at this, Gillian. The data of people to be snatched is all being neatly processed. This is the data which they used. Don't we want to get that list of names, maybe? No? Locked, but I should be able to open it from this side.
So this is where the whole thing begins. The endostructures arrive here from the Kremlin. Then they convert them into copies of their victims. And finally, they head out into the city using the old subway system.
With artificial skin maintenance being handled at Queen's Hospital.
But who's behind all this?
Gillian, look at this. There are some finished snatchers over here.
Get a load of this. The U.S. President, the Prime Ministers of Japan, and the UK.
Why is... Oh. Me.
Gillian, you're in here too.
Figures. They were looking to snatch every VIP at the summit.
And the last junker, you. It definitely looks like they plan on moving out beyond Neo Kobe.
If they were to snatch every major world leader, they'd practically be able to control the planet. Still, that's odd. With their flawed skin, pulling something off like that would really be difficult.
Chin said they had found the key to developing a perfect artificial skin. Maybe they've already produced it.
No idea. But the number of snatchers here makes it clear that they're up to something
I
new.
am not a snatcher. I repeat, I
This is
am not.
definitely their nest. We should destroy everything.
I can't do a Trump accent, by the way.
Not until
But
we
Hillary
found
Clinton
Jamie.
definitely a snatcher.
Mel,
I
how
should
much
get
time do we
cancer
have
all the
left?
time.
The summit should have begun by now. We don't have much time, and once our legal privileges are suspended, I won't be able to help. In fact,
I've killed
I'll be
many
forced to
snatchers.
restrain
I
you.
used to work as a junkie.
I know. If the military wants to avoid nukes and goes for a surgical strike on this facility, what would they likely use?
Probably a phased particle beam from one of the attack satellites.
I thought they were dropping nukes.
Phased particle beam, huh? That'll wipe this complex right off the map.
There's a Dartigan Snatcher.
Everything, including the soil, will simply evaporate. The attack will leave just a
You
large
have to purse
crater.
your lips. I'm not a snatcher.
Metal, can you convince them to give me another
Can you
hour?
put your
Even
nose? She's
30
definitely
minutes will
wet. That
help.
does help.
Understood. I'll try my best.
And I'll try to find and rescue Jamie in that time.
I can't transmit here due
I
to
used to call her
interference from the
Snatcher
Snow
Hillary,
9. I'll have
but
to
a
leave
lot of the media
area
didn't
and
like
then
that
send the
nickname. They thought
message.
it was sexist.
All right, do it, Metal.
But I'm just being accurate.
Gillian, don't forget. 30 minutes. You must get out before then.
I understand.
Gillian, I'm sorry I couldn't help you better.
Don't worry about it. I'll be able to move faster by myself anyway. 30 minutes should be plenty. Go, Metal.
Yes, sir. Don't forget. 30 minutes.
Wouldn't the EMP from a nuke wipe out Snatchers too? Along with
30
everything else. I'm pretty
minutes.
sure the nuke explosion would
This
wipe
is
them
gonna
out.
be tight. That room's the only place left to check. Let's take a look.
Alright, here we go. Wait, can I not save my game anymore? Graphics just changed. It got serious. Oh shit! I didn't have my controller in my hand. Shoot! Why didn't you not shoot? Fuck. I didn't know I was gonna be shooting. Ah. Continue the investigation. So yeah, they gave me a checkpoint. It's the power of the Sega CD, man. This is not fun, by the way. I'm dead again, by the way. I'm doing worse. Your final boss, Robot Bombs. It just sucks. Oh. Design of Metal Gear in this game is inspired by the first design of Metal Gear in the first, yep. And then they reused it for Metal Gear Solid 4. Oh. Thing is, you get like stun lock once they start shooting you. Kojima, what was the reason for this? Why do you hate life? Why do you hate me so much, Kojima? Am I gonna play the Alex Jones game next? No, probably not. Oh, this is so shit. You loved your OG Sega CD back in '93? Oh. Stop! 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 Fuck! I'm just gonna go sicko mode. Oh. Oh, that's so terrible. Never stop firing is the only way to do it. Enough to kill anything that moves. Oh, my freaking thumb hurts.
I wasn't ready for that.
What are you playing this game on? My Pakistani GameCube.
Let's open the next door.
Not again. Totally another time.
Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa!
Oh, fuck's sake. No, these things aren't that big of a threat. Save, I can't save anymore.
These guys are tough.
Use a save state.
Didn't exactly
I
expect
forget
them
which
to
button that
welcome
is
me
from
with
my
open arms.
Pakistani GameCube.
Okay, let's try this next door.
Oh. I'm not shooting my girlfriend, my wife.
Jamie, are you all right?
Gillian, you came for me.
Are you hurt?
No, they won't lay a finger on me. Not until the new artificial skin is completed anyway.
Artificial skin research? You?
Gillian, I've got my memory back. All of it.
What happened? Tell me, Jamie.
They said they'd kill him. They said they'd kill Harry. They forced me. I had to help them with the skin development. They said I had to help them because the professor was ill. Wasn't getting any better. Gillian, the engineer Harry, he's our son.
Yeah, I know.
He's been living on his own now for 50 years.
Jamie, I'm afraid that Harry's...
There was nothing I could do. They forced me. But I can't do it anymore.
Jamie!
The professor, he just died. He was over 100.
The professor? What? This old man?
It's Zero.
Don't you remember? It's Professor Modner. Professor Petrovich Modner.
Wait, wasn't that also a Metal Gear character?
This old man is Modner?
He's been confined here for 3 years now, just to develop the Snatcher's artificial skin.
I swear there was a character of that same name in Metal Gear, Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2.
Whose father? Jamie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You really can't remember, can you?
Jamie, tell me. Tell me who I am. What were we doing at the Kremlin?
Are you sure you really want me to, Gillian? It's all so awful, but if you must know, I'll tell you. Try to remain calm, okay? 56 years ago, you and I were involved in a top-secret Soviet project. It was still during the time of the Cold War.
Oh, this is Metal Gear shit.
The gulf between East and West was as wide as ever. Everybody was worried
the
about
gulf
nukes.
between East and West. That is one of
At that
Kojima's
point,
favorite
the world's
terms.
armies were at their largest ever. Leaders still believed that a strong military meant a strong nation. There were rumors that there would be an agreement to end the production of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, the major powers like the US began to get involved in a space weapons race. But not the Soviets. The conservative despots in the Kremlin had another, completely different idea for gaining military superiority. A horrible plan, something no one else would think of. At that time, the countries of the communist bloc were facing an economic crisis. Popular movements pushing for democracy were springing up all over. Communism itself was facing extinction. Facing pressure from the reformers, the Kremlin began to panic. And that's when that horrible, childish plan was launched.
And that was the Snatcher
The Russian
project.
robotics engineer responsible for
Replace your
extortion of
enemy's leaders with
TF-85
puppets of your
military
own.
force. I know it sounds
Then you
familiar.
control their governments,
Zanzibar
their
land.
economies, take over a country from the inside out.
That's right, Gillian. And to develop these robots, they assembled some of the most brilliant scientific minds from around the world. Some of them were even brought in against their will. At the crux of that development effort was a group called the Frankenstein Project Team. You and I were members of that team, Gillian. It was a 4-person team led by the late Professor Modner.
Why would they hire Americans for
The
a top
robotics
secret
expert was
Soviet
Professor Modner
thing, though?
himself. His son, Elijah Modner, handled genetics and microbiology. For nanobiology and picobiology, myself. And for behavioral science and psychology, you, Gillian. Early development was carried out at a lab in Novosibirsk, but was later moved to a secret facility under the Kremlin. At the time, the Glasnost and Perestroika movements were gaining momentum, and they rightly feared for the existence of the program if it should become known. But some of the reformers did learn of the project, and they conspired with the US to block it. Gillian, you were a CIA special agent sent by the United States to infiltrate and sabotage the project.
I was CIA?
Yes, and the government knows that. That's why you were assigned to the Junker team.
What? Who am I?
Work on the project continued to go smoothly. But then, on June 6, 1996, there was that accident. A mysterious explosion at the Chernobyl facility spread a bacterial weapon that was under development there into the atmosphere, destroying the country and the project. Gillian, was it you? Did you set off that explosion?
What?
It killed
You can't be
millions.
serious. You think I caused the catastrophe?
Somehow, during the confusion, Professor Modner and our son Harry managed to get picked up by American agents. But we couldn't get out in time. You and I and Elijah. In a shelter below the Kremlin, we entered a cryogenic sleep. Our plan was to sleep there until the toxic effects of the bacteria were safely passed.
And then 48 years later, 3 years ago, we were discovered by the 17th Special Investigative Force.
Yes, but when they found us, Elijah's pod was already empty.
Elijah Modner? That guy whose picture was in the church? The one that looks like Random?
That's right, Elijah is alive! Elijah is here and working on the Snatchers.
Why don't you let me finish your little story?
Now that's a fucking voice.
Who's there?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? Ah, yes. And Gillian.
Global saturation.
Good one. Good timing.
It's me, Jamie.
Thank you for the bit, Storm Queen.
Elijah? Is that really you?
Random? No. Not quite.
So, you remember me, do you? I am Elijah Modnar, the only son of Professor Petrovich Modnar.
Oh.
I'm afraid I've grown somewhat old and feeble since we last met, however.
Elijah, why are you doing
My
this?
feet are made of spaghetti.
Your father, Professor Modner, he passed away a few minutes ago.
What? My father? My father is dead?
Elijah, what happened to you? The Elijah I knew could never do anything like this.
I've changed, Jamie. These 40 years have changed me.
I can't believe it. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Jamie, do I actually have to explain it to you? Jamie, it's you. Your beauty is the cause of all that has come to pass here.
Excuse me?
57 years ago, I was obsessed. With my research, yes. And with you, Jamie. At the time, I was still young, having just graduated with my genetic engineering degree. My father's connections got me on the team.
I've been hard up for 50 years.
You were working as my father's assistant. Your beauty, your smile, I was stricken. I saw something in you that I never felt with women of my own country. You warmed my cold, young heart, Jamie. You opened me up, and I couldn't stop my feelings.
Elijah!
Kojima changed the name so it'd be random.
Oh, I was so happy. The political situation was crumbling around us, but every day was a joy. I gained my father's trust.
50-year bricked up.
Watching over me, I was able to work as hard as I ever have on the project. However, my happiness did not last for long. Gillian, it was you. You showed up and all was ruined. You arrived and joined our project team. Far from home, Jamie found comfort in a man from the same land. Your relationship grew quickly, and all I could do was stand by and watch. Jamie and Gillian fell in love, were joined, and even had a child.
Harry.
Even then, my feelings for you only grew stronger.
This is so out of the, the left field for the final villain.
From the project, but I persisted. Jamie, I always wanted to be near you. And then, the democratic movements that had consumed the rest of the Eastern Bloc spread to our country as well. The Cold War was over. The hardliners who had pushed for its development were stripped of power and the project was cancelled. The reformers trying to cover up the existence of such a crazed project ordered that all materials related to it be destroyed and that we stand trial for our actions. Jamie and Gillian were to be returned to their homeland. That's about the time that I learned that you, Gillian, that you were a CIA agent, and that you were trying to pass documents on our research to your military. The country had sold us out.
I'm no politician. I couldn't
There's so much of
care
what
less
Metal Gear
about
Solid would
what
become here in
happened
this
to the
game now.
country. All I cared about was my research and Jamie. And I was to lose all of that, everything. For someone so young, you cannot understand how great of a shock that was.
Elijah.
That is when I decided, I swore I would see that secret crazed project through to the end. At the time, the bioroids were 80% finished. The main part, their endostructure, was essentially completed. But we still were having trouble with the artificial skin, the area that Jamie and I were assigned to. We called it artificial skin, but there was of course no need to duplicate T lymphocytes, Langerhans cells, or endocrine cells. All we needed was keratinized cells and melanocytes to provide the pigment. With the artificial protein development techniques that we had in those days, full-scale synthetic cell development was very difficult. Research like this took months, years. The original project called for us to simultaneously snatch an entire country. In other words, a whole nation, or an entire city had to be snatched over the course of one night. For that reason, a powerful biological agent, which could quickly and effectively kill the population of the country, was being simultaneously developed.
Lucifer Alpha.
That's right. A type RAO11 virus which another team was developing. For someone like myself, who
This
was
could honestly
closely
be the
involved
plot
in
of a
the
Metal Gear
project,
game now.
blowing up the lab was quite a simple task.
My God, Elijah, do you know what you're saying? That explosion killed half the world's population.
I moved all the materials and records essential to the Bioroid project into the shelter and executed my plan on June 6th.
Unit
After
731
sealing
ship.
off the lab, I brought the two of you with me to the underground shelter, and we entered a cryogenic sleep. But not before I programmed an atmospheric research satellite to transmit a wake signal when the danger from Lucifer Alpha had
Why would you
passed.
put Gillian in the tube
And
though when you
10
hated
years
him?
later, Lucifer Alpha naturally mutated into a non-toxic form.
But the automatic revival system failed to work.
Oh no, it worked. Just as planned. It revived me 10 years later. A little sooner than the two of you, of course.
But even though you sealed the lab with the explosion and everything, you should have been exposed. Why weren't you?
Oh, I was. But by that time, the vaccine L Angels had already been developed.
So everything went just as you planned it then.
Yes, up until that point. But my real struggle was yet to come. My original plan was to revive Jamie as well, and for the two of us to finish the development of the bioroids. You, Gillian, you were to stay asleep forever. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not after looking at Jamie's peaceful face there in the pod. Besides, I could never have convinced her to work with me on the project anyway.
That's a very
I knew the
Evangelion
time was
kind of
not
moment,
yet
isn't it?
right, so I
What else do you think
changed
he
the
was doing
timers
over
of
a
your
comatose
pods
body?
to permanent on.
How could you do such a thing?
And so for the next 40 years, I worked alone in that cold
fucked
and
up.
lonely room under the Kremlin, trying to complete the artificial skin for the Snatchers. For days and days, no one would visit me. I never saw the sun or felt the changing of the seasons. Still,
This man didn't touch
I
grass for
always had
50
Jamie
years.
by my side. You were always there for me to talk to. Just you and I for 40 years in that dark cellar.
Oh, you poor, poor man.
And then, 3 years ago, my research was finally completed. First, I snatched the Siberian Special Investigative Forces to establish a transport route for the Snatchers. And then, to test the effect of large-scale snatch operations, I chose Neo-Kobe City to be my experimental sample. Neo-Kobe is cut off from the surrounding areas, a sort of miniature country in itself, making it a perfect test site. And since it's a melting pot of various races, it would also allow me to gather extensive data on Snatcher modification and operational techniques.
In addition, the element of suspicion or mistrust, which runs deep in Japanese culture, was another reason I chose this site.
But your test revealed a critical flaw in your machine's artificial skin.
This entire
Yes,
act is so
quite
obviously
unexpected,
written
I'm
years
afraid.
after the original
All my research
material
for
that it's like
40
startling.
years. I gathered data and worked day and night to find a solution, but nothing seemed to work.
So that's why you decided to bring Professor Modner here, right?
That's correct. I discovered my father in one of the government's hospitals. He was old, but still very sound of mind. Naturally, he would not cooperate with me.
Of course not. He'd never become involved in something like that.
So, unable to receive his assistance, I decided that I had to have yours. But a mistake on my part allowed both you and Gillian to be taken into custody by the authorities first.
Just what are you trying to accomplish, Elijah? You must know you can never get Jamie back.
I'm only interested in discovering what I can of the human animal. In the past, it was because of Jamie. My motive is different now.
It sounds like you're just suffering from the wild arrogance that corrupts so many scientists.
Humans are such weak creatures. No matter how much they trust one another, the tiniest speck of suspicion can destroy it all. Look at how the Snatcher problem has caused such wild unrest. No matter how much science advances or how high we set our ideals, we eventually begin to suspect each other, to hate each other, and then to kill each other. The Snatchers are nothing more than a tool for bringing out this reaction. I am simply using the Snatchers to elicit the true nature of the human animal. I think this experiment
Kind of
has shown me
interesting
the
to see
limits
like
of human
all the new
society.
philosophy
I
like
sincerely
Kojima
doubt
learned
it will be
between
able
the
to reach
original
any
release of the
greater
game and the
level of
Sega CD
prosperity
version,
on its own.
where he added
If
all
human
this in.
society ever hopes to reach greater heights, what is needed is an absolute leader, a firm ruler who isn't affected by these trivial episodes of mistrust.
You're crazy if you think people would ever obey Snatchers.
Of course they wouldn't. But if they don't know, they cannot object. There has been a time in every age that the people have longed for a god to lead them. As long as they give the people no reason to suspect them, then they can easily become their gods, indeed, a new race of super beings. We are almost there. Once we perfect the artificial skin, Snatchers will transcend man to become this planet's true human beings.
But you'll never get your perfect skin now. Professor Modner is dead.
I no longer have any use for my father. I have a sample of the new skin he developed. Once I've analyzed it, I'll be able to make as much as I need. Or if need be, we could simply culture the keratinized cells, epithelial cells, and melanocytes in the quantities that we need.
What are you talking about? How could you get a sample of perfected artificial skin?
Why don't you take a look at this? We found this in the rubble of Queen's Hospital.
Random. He was a Snatcher.
Random?
But a good one.
Oh, an acquaintance of yours?
He's a Snatcher?
That term isn't exactly accurate. This bioroid was constructed by my father without my knowledge. He modeled it after me in my youth. He built it right
And
here
for some
in this
reason, he
facility.
made me like into
And
a
not only
biker
that,
who wears leather
he
jackets.
programmed it to destroy Snatchers. This bioroid caused me serious difficulties. It's designed and built far better than my Snatchers. The machine itself thought it was human. My father input memories for it all the way back to childhood. Those, too, were apparently mine. Haven't you yet realized? Random Hajil is Elijah Modner spelled backwards. How like my father, silly old man.
Alucard is
He
Dracula
did
spelled
virtually
backwards.
overnight what I could not do in 40 years of effort.
Why does he have a random
Furthermore,
mechanism to
he
lower the
makes a
tube in his room?
bioroid
Look,
so
he's a
perfect.
fan of presentation.
Even the bioroid itself
He knows what you gotta do to be a villain.
believes itself to be real. What's more, The cells of the skin he developed are self-replicating. Once in place, no further transplants or culturing is necessary.
Is he dead?
Its main and locomotive systems are completely shut down. It's just scrap now. But the artificial skin is being kept alive. This we need. With this, we can move to phase 2 of our plan of full-scale infiltration of the world's major nations.
The summit's already over. You'll never succeed.
What does the summit matter? Nothing holds us back now that we have this perfect skin. We can go anywhere we want, and there will be no way to tell us apart. I will have free control over the world. Nothing will be able to stop me. Politics and free thought will no longer have any meaning. My will alone will decide the course of human history.
You egomaniac. Do you think you can snatch the entire population?
There's a fully automated Snatcher factory under the Kremlin. Even as we speak, scores of new Snatchers are being born.
But no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to snatch the people's heart and soul. What do you hope to gain from this anyway?
Oh,
Jamie, the human race is composed of fools. But I am different. I will be its savior. Indeed, not just of mankind, but of all life
what,
on the
50 years of
planet.
no grass and no pussy do to a man?
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Metal!
Oh, shit.
In 10 minutes, this church will be struck by a phased particle beam. I am guiding the beam from the attack satellite using GPS and 15 navigational
The Akira
satellites.
satellite.
The beam cannot miss. Everything in a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from me will be destroyed.
Stop this foolishness now. I will not have my research destroyed by some souped-up pocket calculator.
Metal, what happened at the summit?
The delegates, worried about the Snatcher menace, voted unanimously to allow the use of nuclear weapons on the city.
Oh.
The military is presently imposing a quarantine on Neo Kobe.
What? Do they intend to kill everybody?
The populace is in a state of panic. However, they have agreed to lift the quarantine if this church is struck by the phased particle beam. This is our last chance. I will handle things here. Gillian, Jamie, you two must flee.
You insignificant mass of metal.
This guy's gonna be really upset that he doesn't have feet anymore.
Gillian, run!
Metal, this is crazy!
We can't let a single Snatcher get out of here. And this new artificial skin has to be destroyed as well.
I will not allow some talking scrap pile to get away with this. If you are the aiming point for the beam, then I'll just have you thrown out of here. Grab this little one and take him out of here.
I might need to shoot here. You realize, like, the robot is like a suicide bomb too, right?
Metal!
Cowardly little robot.
You always were a real pain in the butt.
What? Oh, random. Coolest guy around is alive.
What's that?
What? How did... You're supposed to be deactivated.
I don't go down that easy, old man.
Stop this foolish...
Shut up! Let's try to make our final moments peaceful, shall we? And you Snatchers, you touch the little guy and the old man's head comes off.
Random!
I've always hated being used. Why don't you watch the final act
What
with
is
me?
happening? Kojima is happening.
Gillian, you only have 5 minutes. The turbo cycle is just outside on standby. Use that to flee.
Let me go. I'm Elijah Modner. I'm your original.
I
Imagine
don't
having
care
a
if I'm
younger
an
copy of
original
you
or a
gets more
copy or
action
what.
than you.
You and
It's
I are
way
gonna
cool.
die right here.
This
If
is
we
the guy
both
that
die,
could have
there won't
married
be a
Jamie.
copy anymore now, will there?
The stupid logic of a simpleton, of a machine.
Whatever it is, it's my will.
Machines have no will. Machines cannot sacrifice themselves.
We'll see about that.
You have 4
Hurt me
minutes.
more,
You must
Gillian.
go. And don't forget to take care of the
So you say you had 30 minutes before, you're telling me he still has 5 after all
Gillian,
that exposition.
Even if these memories in
Good
my
point.
head are fiction,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Our memories of our time together are all too real, Random.
Gillian, you become one hell of a junker.
Gillian, it has been most
You
recreational
just watch a
being your partner.
retrospective of this? Why is
Oh,
everyone
metal.
playing this all of a sudden? Wait, everyone more than people than me are? I don't know.
can.
I didn't know I was
Try
part
to
of the
pick up
group.
the pieces for me, okay? Like we did for Little John.
Little John?
I just kind of decided to do it randomly.
Okay, Metal.
Since I maybe end up making a classic Sin video on it.
Thanks.
And if you want to check that
Thanks, you
future
two.
classic Sin video
Jamie,
out, you need
come
to be a
on.
member of the Patreon. Find a link to it down below. Patreon in bio.
No! Don't let her go! No!
But in the meantime, I got a Silent Hill 3 video coming
pathetic
up.
old fool. You don't even know how
These
to
are
love
Namekian
someone.
minutes exactly.
You stupid machine! What is that idiotic grin supposed to mean?
By snatching you, I'm finally gonna get my real self back.
Random, there's less than 1 minute to go. Thanks to you, everything will be fine.
You don't owe me any thanks. Sorry to get you involved in such a big job. You did great. You're a hell of a junker.
3, 2, 1, here it comes!
Later, kid!
He's so cool, chat. That's a very Akira image right there. That had to be millions dead, right? That was several buildings I just saw get vaporized. Maybe not millions, but a lot of people just died.
Seventh Mechanized Infantry Team has completed boarding. 17th Special Engineering Squad report for boarding immediately.
So you're really going, aren't you?
It's our responsibility, too. Besides, if I go to Moscow, I may get some of my memory back. And if that happens, I'll be able to love you even more than I do now.
Aww.
Wait for me.
Why does he have
I
game
want
now?
to be with you, but first I've got to destroy this terrible factory of theirs.
That'll be in the sequel that
Jamie,
never actually happens.
when I get back, let's try living together again. What do you say?
13th Special Operations Squad and all junker personnel report immediately for departure.
Do I hear muttering in the background?
We'll be waiting for you too.
Katrina!
Wait, what?
Mika! You're here too?
You better be happy, Buster, with all these beautiful women seeing you off.
I'm happy you came.
what?
Let me introduce my wife.
Jamie Seed. I suppose it's a little odd introducing myself a second time, though.
What do you mean? You've never met them before, have you?
What are you talking about, Gillian? We're good friends.
Huh? Since when?
It's the first time I've met her in person, but I've spoken with her on the video phone a lot of times.
What? Have you guys been talking about me behind my back?
Okay. Look. I'm really sorry for all the worry I've got. I'm also sorry for hitting on these two constantly throughout the game, Jamie. They mean nothing. This kid has such a rough time. She lost almost everything practically overnight. She's done a really great job. I owe her a lot of things. Don't worry, Mika. This is one job I won't mess up. Just couldn't stand to leave such a cute kid all by herself. Time I return, I'll probably have my memory back. Don't worry, I'll promise to make you happy. Let's talk to Mika. Trying to learn more about you was what got our relationship started. What? Before I knew it, we really became close, didn't we? Did we? Our relationship has gone beyond just being friends. What the? Huh? Beyond just friends, that sounds pretty good to me. Is this actually getting the harem ending in this game? I was telling Mika about how lonely it was being home alone all the time, and she told me that Jamie was always worried about me, so I gave her a video phone call. But even Alice gone, I was really lonely. Katrina, do you have a Police Knots ROM? I do not, but I could always get one if I want to in the future play it. But you also, that game is only in Japanese, so you have to have like a mod too. They're both so easy to talk to. It's like I've got two real sisters now. Oh, don't be stupid, Gillian. You have a warped mind sometimes, you know. I'm so confused. I just like family to be now. Don't care if you get your memory back or not. Why? Because getting your memory back will mean that you'll remember those things about me that you hated. Things that I hated, what are you talking about? Dealing with each other's imperfections is part of what being married is all about, Jamie. Jamie. Gillian. Don't worry, no memories will change how I feel about you. Thank you, Gillian. It's good to hear you say that.
So have they finalized what they're going to do about Junker operations? I suppose this will end up being our last mission, huh?
Well, originally they were planning on disbanding the team, but now they've decided to keep us in business.
Translation mods. Oh, there is a fan translation, please.
That's right.
There is,
We've
but
been
it's still the voice
designated as
acting
one
is
of
in
the
Japanese.
government's special police divisions. That puts us above the regular cops.
So the government has decided that crime by machines poses a bigger threat than crime by humans from here on out, huh?
They've chosen the new chief, too. So when you get back, you'll get to meet the new head honcho.
Well, it's comforting to know I've got a place I can come back to.
Just staring at him awkwardly. Have a safe trip, Second Lieutenant Seed. I'm a second lieutenant as well, so let's try to work well together when you get back. What, I'm a second lieutenant? How come my rank is even lower than what I had in the army, eh?
Whatever you do, just come home safe, okay?
When you get back from this job, you still have a dinner date to keep with me, you know.
Don't
here
worry.
with my wife.
I won't forget my promises to either of you. Oops, almost forgot. Of course, I'll want to spend some private moments with my wife, too, huh? What's wrong, Jamie?
Wait, no. She's not a snatcher, is she? Oh. Oh yeah, we'd have a dead son.
Harry and I will be waiting for you to get home.
That's Harry's
Way to
hat.
ruin the mood,
We
honey.
can do it this time, Gillian. Not some fake couple like before, but with
Maybe
love
we're all
and
happy
trust.
you bring up our dead
I
son.
know, Jamie.
Take care, Gillian.
I'll see you, Jamie.
Wait for me!
Oh, he's the tower of...
You?
They turned him into a
Metal?
Sega CD.
Yes, sir! We didn't have a good frame to work with, so this is just a temporary body. Just call me Metal Gear, Sega CD for now.
So they found your memory
It's
chip
so
in one
bizarre.
piece,
This is only the first time Kojima ever put a video game console joke into his
Random,
goddamn
huh?
games. He lived through an orbital strike. The Sega CD was like the
Wait
Nokia
a
of video
second.
game
I've
consoles,
heard
alright?
that sneeze somewhere before.
This is honestly less awkward than if you stuck a 32X in that thing as
I
well.
want to know if you'll take me with you. Please, Gillian, please take me with you.
Hurry up and get on board, partner.
That's so
sir,
Kojima.
Gillian.
Oh, that's so Kojima. That's a new phrase. Oh, Kojima. He gave me a MAGA hat. You're voting for Trump, right, Gillian? He's gonna make Neo Kobe City great again after that orbital strike. What an experience. What a story. Throughout history, suspicion has always bred...
Suspicion has always bred conflict. The real conflict, though, resides in people's hearts. This conflict has just begun.
Deep. But that tone of voice, I thought he was also gonna like, on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Oh, what an experience. Well, that's a bucket list game, you know, over and done with. Thank you, Kojima. Bless Kajumbo. Final thoughts? It's one of the weirder games I've played in a while. In terms of like characterization, that is. It's not often you get to play a game that just like, wow, this is something that really did come from a time. Damage. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Leggy. I generally like it for its quirkiness. Gameplay-wise, it is extremely clunky to play. It's like plenty of moments where it's like you beat your head against a wall to make any progress. But as for like the plot and characters, it's just like stupid, dumb, fun Kojima mode. And especially the third act, it's I mentioned it while it was happening, but someone in chat mentioned like the original game that came out in 1988 ended at the end of Act 2, and all that stuff we saw in Act 3 only happened once the Sega CD version came out like 4 or 5 years later. There is such a stark difference between the writing between Act 1 and Act 2, and then you get to Act 3 and it's like 90s and 2000s Kojima meets 80s Kojima, and it's kind of weird to see the disparity between those two moments. It was, no, the gameplay is not great, but the actual game itself I still enjoyed just how weird and like just off. I couldn't predict anything that was going to happen usually. Horrible hitting of all the women. Well, hitting on all the women. You know what? They took it well though. Then for some reason they put up with it. But maybe one day I'll play Police Knots. Maybe if it's just as weird as this stuff, anyways. You don't think you'll ever play a Kojima game? He'll get you one of these days. He'll make something you want to play. I kind of wish Kojima was still this on the nose. He's trying to be like way more like subtle. Well, not really subtle, but if you compare this to like Metal Gear Solid 5 and then Death Stranding, he has learned to like pull it back a little bit. So Kojima, can you go back to just being coked out all the time when you're writing and just making everything just super goofy and weird? But oh, this is an interesting character model that were in the game. I honestly, I wouldn't mind them remaking this game in like a modern setting, in like with modern video game gameplay. It could work. Imagine like a Resident Evil style like shooting part of it. Yep, yeah, think of it like that. Instead of like those weird shooting segments we have, it's something more like the Resident Evil remakes. And then you have all the weird ass plot. That'd be awesome. Truly a marvelous thing. Stephen King's most recent work isn't great. Like I said, I can still consider like Kojima stuff good, but there's definitely there is that difference between like older version of themselves or the younger version what they were writing and what they're right now. I don't need to keep its goofy. Yes, it would definitely need to be goofy as hell. So you would need like Metal here, getting a new body that's like a PlayStation 5. Ugh. Oh, wow. Kojima makes you sleepy too. Telephone operator. I'm pretty sure there were some other phone call numbers I could have gotten in the game. And I could have made phone calls to people. I know I saw one while I was looking through like the computer files on one of those, but I didn't remember it or try it. What's next on the stream list, Art? I don't know immediately what I'll be playing tomorrow. But I will be playing through Grand Theft Auto 3 soon, but I'm not sure if I'm doing that tomorrow or not. I might want to play through something else. Still think I had to put some more thought into that one. And also I got, Hellblade 2 coming up toward the end of the month. Rip Random, he died, he went out. You know what, why couldn't they stuck Random's head on a Sega CD? Imagine that ending cutscene if that had happened. It's like I'm still, hey Gillian, I'm still alive. I'm here on he could have been the 32X actually. You have Metal over there on the Sega CD half. Gillian popped his head around that Sega 32X and put it in the Sega Genesis. $5 from Chef Brecky. So next is the 1 hour 40-minute cutscene. Is that what we're getting, huh? But thank you for your $5 super chat, though, by the way. Produced by Konami. With GTA 3, you'll get to hear one of your favorite GTA characters again, Laszlo. Oh, yes. My favorite GTA character, Laszlo. I can't very well keep the music on during the radio. Just gonna, like, move off this. Hit start. If you ever play Police Knots, you should get the Sega Saturn version. Oh, I definitely would, because that probably is, like, the better version with, like, voice acting and stuff. Whew. Well, I can stop that recording now. Chat, I've gone over by almost, like, a full hour, so it's time to stop. It's time to stop, chat. But before I go, I just want to let you all know the Stellar Blade video is up on Patreon right now. And I'm going to have a Silent Hill 3 video soon. Yeah, I've mentioned it several times. Look, this is how this works. You just got to mention it over and over again to finally convince people. You wear them down. But if you want to join the Patreon, I'll also be having free content in it. So if you even want to join in as a free member, that's, you know, something you should probably do. I'm going to be doing a video Q&A soon. And also showing off some sins that didn't make it into a video. And that'll be free stuff. So you don't even have to pay for it. But also, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed this weird-ass game. It's my pleasure to play it for you. I'll be playing some probably other old game tomorrow, but I'm not sure what it'll be. Fan translation exists for both PS1 and Sega. Yeah, I know that there's a fan translation of it, but it's just like the loss of not having English voices too. Because I feel like without English voices in a Kojima game, you're missing out on his actual like weirdness. But other than that, also thank you to the mod team. Thank you for super chats, bits, subscriptions, memberships, all that wonderful stuff. Thank you very much. I'll be back tomorrow. And I hope to, maybe I'll see you here with whatever I'm playing. Anyways, chat, enjoy your night. I will see you later. Peace.